Hello, hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another episode or spine number of Chasing Labels. I am your host, Andrew Cabral, and this is episode number 177. So, quite a few ways down the road when it comes to episodes of Chasing Labels that are available to listen, to watch, to lose your mind to, if you will, however you choose to do it. But this is a brand new episode. Welcome back, everyone. For those of you who are here for the first time, this is the podcast YouTube channel all about movie collecting. And this episode specifically, or this show specifically, is about the boutique world of home media. Basically, we go over the last 2 week period or so between the previous episode and the current episode of the various announcements in the world of boutique home video, I should say. It's not everything, I don't go over everything here because that would take far too long. And since I'm doing it by myself, there's just too much to go over. Even the stuff I go over is too much to go over. But it's typically things that I'm interested in adding to my own collection, or things you may want to add, or just things I'm interested in general. It's typically the usual heavy hitters here on Chasing Labels. Like, for example, today we'll be going over Vinegar Syndrome. We'll be going over their partner labels. Arrow Video announced their stuff late last month. Radiance earlier this month. Who else do we've got? Oh, Indicator, Imprint had two double feature box sets. We'll be going over all those things, some Kino stuff, and yeah, there's some other things to add in there too. There's a box set coming out from Severin that I want to talk about. So we'll go over all of those things. But before we do so, I do want to give a little bit of a, I guess, housekeeping and then a movie collection update. A little housekeeping stuff. We talked previously on the last episode of Chasing Labels that there were some odd things, some weird things afoot over at Shout Factory. That actually, I'm going to be talking about a couple of Shout Factory releases later on in this episode, coincidentally. But there were all kinds of internet rumors and discussions and whispers and all this kind of stuff that they were going to be shutting things down, that they were going to be, closing up shop, all that stuff. And what they ended up doing, I guess, at least in the present, in the moment, is they did shut down their shoutfactory.com website. It was the website you could, yeah, that had their rewards program going through it, that you could, pre-order stuff, buy stuff from, get stuff from. And they moved basically all of those operations over to groove.com. For those of you who have not used groove.com before, it is one of the various internet retailers that deal with, movies. You can buy some boutique stuff there. You can buy some mainstream stuff there. It's kind of like a Diabolic DVD. It's like a deep discount. It's like our friends over at Orbit DVD, Grindhouse Video, etc., from various places that you've probably bought movies from before. So they moved their stuff, their setup over from shoutfactory.com to groove.com. They've got their own like little hub and little space on there to do it. Perhaps it was a cost-cutting thing, so they wouldn't have to run their own sites, and maybe change some things behind the scenes in terms of, storing their product, shipping their product, fulfilling orders, all that stuff. I don't really know the technical aspects of all of that. All I know is that that was the big shift, and that was probably why they were selling off mass quantities of their things from various other places. Specifically, their website had things marked off significantly cheap. I know there were massive sales over on Amazon.com, and people were just kind of freaking out. And I picked up some stuff actually, taking advantage of the sale prices while I could before they went back up. But I guess that's as good a transition as any over to a little bit of a movie collection update. And some stuff actually from Shout Factory that I got will be included here. First up, coincidentally, is the Vincent Price Collection Volume 3. I have Volumes 1 and Volumes 2. And I thought, finally, I'll complete the 3-volume Shout Factory Vincent Price collection sets. And this set contains Master of the World, Tower of London, Diary of a Madman, An Evening of Edgar Allan Poe, and then Cry of the Banshee. And the other sets include some of the other more well-known Vincent Price stuff, like a lot of the stuff he did with Roger Corman and things like that. Of course, I think House on Haunted Hill is in one of the sets as well. Coincidentally, I'm looking right at them. They're over on in the horror section. That's right off to my right. And yeah, I decided to finally get it. What is interesting is that a lot of these individually have been actually the distribution rights have been bought by Kino and have been coming out in individual releases over the last few years. Yet these sets have also been kind of still in print, at least the first volume and the third volume. The second volume went out of print some years ago, so it's way more expensive, but you can still find it if you're lucky enough on eBay and places like that. But this was on sale, so I was like, hey, I might as well complete the three Vincent Price collection Shout Factory sets. I'm a big fan of Vincent Price. There's been a time recently where we've been talking about a lot of Vincent Price films here on Chasing Labels because, like I said, Kino's been putting out a lot of them in individual releases, and he was like my most watched actor for 2 years in a row, coincidentally. So that's pretty awesome. So I got that, and I got another. Where did I put it? Hold on, I'm a little discombobulated. Let's see. Ah, here it is. So this is another Shout Factory box set, and this is the a horror box set. This is the record films or the rec films, as they are called as well. These are found footage, I believe Spanish films that came out. Oh, the first one I think came out in 2007. Yes, yeah, 2007. The second one came out 2009. Rec 3 Genesis came out 2012, and then Rec 4 Apocalypse came out in 2014. I've had my eye on this set for many, many years. For those of you listening at home, it's just it's a 4 movie box set. It's all the individual cases, Blu-ray cases in a box set. That's basically what it is. I really liked these found footage films. They did do English language remakes or American movie remakes of them. I think they only did the first one. It was called Quarantine. I think it was back in 2009, somewhere around there. It wasn't as big of a hit, obviously, as these were, because I don't think it had. I don't know if there was a Quarantine 2. I can't remember. But either way, these are the ones to watch. I really like that. This is definitely somewhat foundational films within the found footage subgenre of horror films, which was a massive phenomenon back in the 2000s and 2010s with Paranormal Activity. And of course, early on, the Blair Witch Project really kicked things off back in '99. But there were a lot of other found footage films, and that whole subgenre was a massive hit. We talked about the found footage phenomena documentary, which I believe you can watch on Shudder right now. Someone we interviewed here. Why am I forgetting her name? Oh boy. I'd have to go back and look. Actually, I have the internet at my disposal. I might as well look these things up while I can. I hate to improv on the spot, but it's called the found footage phenomenon. And I always remember, let's see, found footage phenomena. Let's see. Pa-pa-pa-pum. Sarah Appleton. That's who it was. Yeah, Sarah Appleton and Philip S. Scott. They co-directed that documentary, The Found Footage Phenomenon. Yeah, so these movies were definitely talked about in that documentary, which came out in 2021. Wow, that was that long ago. Time really flies. But anywho, I got this box set with all of these movies, and Shout Factory's been putting out a bunch of these kind of horror movie box sets over the last several years. Like they did one for The Fly. They got all the Fly movies. I got the one for the Omen films, which I hesitated for the longest time because I had a feeling that the Omen was going to get a 4K release at some point. I feel like it's long overdue. I feel like it's so long overdue for a 4K release, and it still has not happened yet. Uh, but who knows? By the time the next episode of Chasing Labels comes around, it'll be in there. But anyway, that's a record. But some other stuff that I got here, let me move right along, is Salt of the Earth. Now, this is a Film Masters release, and this is a movie I talked about here on the channel when it was announced once upon a time. I think it was announced a couple of years ago. Excuse me. So, Salt of the Earth centers on a long, difficult workers' strike against a mining company in New Mexico. Yeah, this movie's kind of documentary-ish, kind of more traditional film aspects of it, but it is about workers' rights, unionizing, workers' rights, quality of working conditions, quality of pay, quality of living, all that kind of stuff. And those issues I think are evergreen within our society. So I really, really like this movie and kind of how contemporary it was. And there's a feature-length commentary by C. Courtney Joyner, Mark Lagan, and Fef Sutton, and then liner notes by Susie King. But this is over from Film Masters, Salt of the Earth. Really good film. Really good film. Then, let's see. Oh, some stuff I bought, more mainstreamy type of stuff. Well, this is something I've been wanting to get for like 2 years, or at least a year or so. This is Bike Riders. This is the most recent film from Jeff Nichols, and this movie stars Jodie Comer, Austin Butler, and Tom Hardy. This was one of my like top 25 favorite films from last year, from 2024, called The Bike Riders. Really great film. I've been wanting to buy this 4K for like a year. And then some other more recent mainstream movies that I picked up at Walmart was Weapons, one of the best horror movies of the year, in my opinion. I also picked up F1 the movie starring Brad Pitt. I think this is directed by Joseph Kosinski, who did Top Gun Maverick. Really good filmmaking in this. The story and the screenplay is a little kind of not much to write home about, in my opinion, but the filmmaking and the sound design and the racing scenes are so well edited, so well put together, so well choreographed, great technical filmmaking in this film. And then for the heck of it, I bought the newest Jurassic World film, Jurassic World Rebirth, and yeah, it's fine. I love dinosaurs. I love dinosaurs on the big screen. I grew up watching Jurassic Park. I watched Jurassic Park in the theater when I was a very little kid, and I've been enamored by dinosaurs and Jurassic Park and Jurassic World ever since. So I picked this up. Coincidentally, I don't even have Jurassic World Dominion because I didn't like that movie very, very much. But this movie kind of tries to bring it back to some type of like, oh, the magic and wonder of giant dinosaurs and the peril of messing with science and all that kind of stuff. Basically, a lot of themes they went over in the original film, but that's the newest one. I heard they're working on another one, coincidentally. So that's all of those. And what else do I have? Ah, some other stuff here that I got from. Let's see. Let me grab it. I'm trying to do things one-handed while trying to grab things behind me. Not the best idea. I'm not the most limber of people to be doing these things. Actually, something that just came in the mail today I got from Grindhouse Video. The Holdovers, which is Alexander Payne's newest film currently. This film stars Paul Giamatti and Divine Joy Randolph and Dominic Sessa. Dominic Sessa, this was this young actor's first ever acting role, and he is phenomenal in it. Of course, Paul Giamatti is an excellent actor, one of the best of our time. Divine Joy Randolph won an Oscar for her performance in this film. Great screenplay. This is one of the best screenplays of the last few years. Really phenomenal stuff. I like this way better than Alexander Payne's movie that he did before this, which I think was it Downsizing? I think it was Downsizing, the one with Matt Damon when he got, shrunk down to tiny size and whatnot. Not a big fan of that movie. I still don't have it in my collection, and I kind of don't want to pay a lot for it, but I still have to get it because I'm a completist. I have an Alexander Payne section in my collection, but this movie I thought was really good. Another one I waited a little bit on to get, so I'm glad I got that. Some stuff I got over from Whatnot Auctions, actually. I showed some stuff before. These are from the same seller on Whatnot, where they do their live auctions over there, and yeah, some stuff I've just been looking to add. Some just to bolster the collection and the archive. An upgrade here from Blu-ray to 4K is Michael Mann's Collateral. Michael Mann is an excellent filmmaker. I recently rewatched his movie Heat. I know they're working on trying to make Heat 2 happen. That movie seemed to be in the works for the last few years, and it may actually get off the ground next year. Of course, that is based off of the sequel book that he wrote himself. But let's talk about Collateral. Tom Cruise, Jamie Foxx, excellent film. The Blu-ray's been around for quite a while, so it definitely needs some type of remaster and upgrade. And I heard this does look fantastic, so I'm looking forward to giving that a rewatch. I haven't seen it in years. And next is a more recent film. I think this came out during the COVID shutdowns and stuff. And this has actually already been a sequel to this. And this is the movie Nobody, starring Bob Odenkirk. If you want to watch Bob Odenkirk just kick a lot of ass, this is the movie for you and its sequel. It's pretty much it. What's also kind of fun about this movie is Christopher Lloyd plays his father, and he also kicks a lot of ass. So if you want to watch Bob Odenkirk and Christopher Lloyd kick some ass, watch Joy, and then watch Nobody, and then watch Nobody 2. I don't know where I got Joy from. Here's some joy. Irving Berlin's White Christmas. The holidays are right around the corner, so I had to pick this up. And I've also never owned this movie. There's a lot of several classic holiday films that I've got to still get my hands on. I need White Christmas and some other ones as well, like Holiday Inn, things like that. Of course, I have It's a Wonderful Life, but this is White Christmases starring Bing Crosby, Danny Kaye, Rosemary Clooney, and Vera Ellen. Just a classic holiday musical, and I'm assuming it's going to look fantastic on 4K. And then the rest here are all, as you can say at this point, back catalog Marvel Cinematic Universe titles. So working in reverse chronologically, I guess, is Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, Shang-Chi, and then I have Black Widow, and going all the way back, this is going back a little ways. The first Ant-Man film, which I've never had. So I used to buy these movies as they came out, pretty much, and then as my tastes, and not taste, but as my collecting um inclinations, you could say, changed over the years. I just started putting them off, like, oh, I'll buy them later. They're always streaming. Disney Plus came out, so they'll be on there. I won't have to worry about, getting them right away, because the MCU has been around so long that they predate streaming. The original Iron Man film came out in 2008, long before streaming became a thing, and now they're here during streaming, and then while streaming is still existing. But uh, I've been slacking in getting them, and then I've built up a list of movies I've got to get to kind of complete that. I've been a fan ever since they came out. I was there in 2008 when the first Iron Man came out. I'm a big comic book guy. I collect comic books as well, so I've been collecting them right along. But I'm more patient now, and I'm waiting to find them for a good price. And I found them for decent price and whatnot. So last but certainly not least, actually, I almost forgot to talk about this. One of my most excited, anticipated releases of the year, I would say. I think this is for many people of my generation. The Mask, starring Jim Carrey. I felt like just the other day we were talking about this announcement here on Chasing Labels, and we went over the special features that they had announced. We went over, the date it was coming out, and we've arrived. Here it is, The Mask, starring Jim Carrey, the classic '90s breakout crazy role from the Rubber Man himself, Jim Carrey. Yeah, I'm excited to watch this. I've owned this on DVD. Actually, I never owned the DVD. I owned it on VHS when I was a kid. Watched it over and over and over again. I watched that, Ace Ventura, and Dumb and Dumber, of course, which all came out in the same year. What a breakout year 1994, I believe, was for Jim Carrey. And yeah, so I'm glad to finally have, this deluxe edition of The Mask. Coincidentally, I bought the old Blu-ray like a year or two ago. Now I don't need it, but hey, if you're not, when it comes to collecting, you always end up buying things multiple times. That's just the case. That's just the case at this point. But this is a nice release from over at Arrow, a hardbox release. You've got art on the front, um, slipcover over the top for those of you listening at home. Then you have a hardbox underneath, which has some artwork on the front. It has the actual wooden mask on the back, and then you get the standard black 4K case. Black 4K case. I believe there's reversible artwork in there, but I'm not going to flip it around yet. You get some art cards, and then you get just a single disc, just the 4K disc. No, Arrow doesn't do the 4K Blu-ray combos, which is a damn shame, because these are not cheap. These are not cheap. Some inserts you do get here is the poster, which I believe is double-sided. Let me actually see. It's double-sided. Yep, double-sided. And then you get a booklet here that looks like a newspaper, which is it's a reference to the movie. And you've got a picture of Cameron Diaz on it, I should say. So that is a little review of The Mask. I haven't watched the movie yet, so I can't comment on how good it looks, but I've heard from other reviewers that it looks fantastic, and it has to look better than the old Blu-ray. It's got to look better than the old DVD. It certainly looks better than the old VHS I had. So I'm excited about that. And that's about it. Yes. yeah, so much stuff in the last 2 weeks. Now I don't know where to put it all, so I can continue the show. But I'll just put it some places, and then I'll deal with it later. Deal with the mess later. That's what they say. So let me get down to business. Before I get down to business, we do have some comments. Illuminated Pro says, "Oh, good timing." He asked me what's up. Well, nothing much. You actually are just good timing because I haven't even like started the main bulk of the show yet, which is of course talking about the announcements. I just talked about a little movie collection update and whatnot. But let's get down to the actual show. Let's see. Let me look at my notes to see where I want to start. A couple of things we will be getting into. Definitely, I'll put off Arrow for a little bit later. Let's see. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Let me go. Actually, let me go over. I'm gonna switch things up. I usually do the slates first, and then I go over to the single releases. But I think this one, I'll start with the Christopher Lee box set. There is a Christopher Lee box set. It's the Eurocrypt Christopher Lee Collection, Volume 3. This is Volume 3. There have been 2 previously. I actually have Volume 1 on my shelf. Volume 1 is green, Volume 2 is red, and it looks like this one's going to be blue. And this is a 7-disc box set, 6 Blu-rays, and I'm assuming, let's see, yeah, disc. So let me go over what the movies are. Yeah, and then we'll go over the disc by disc stuff. So, 7-disc collection with 6 rarely seen films, UHD and Blu-ray premieres, alternate versions, 16 hours of special features, and a new 142-page book. So, in the biggest and most diverse Eurocrypt yet, explore 6 feature films that further and define Sir Christopher Lee as one of the most iconic actors of all time. Totally agree with that. The teen-exploitation classic Beat Girl in the original theatrical and extended UK cuts. We have The Hand of Orlok presented here in its separate French and UK versions, which is directed by Antonio Margheriti, a name we've seen here many a times, and starring Christopher Lee as a disfigured madman. And then you have the worldwide UHD slash Blu-ray premiere of The Virgin of Nuremberg, which is a 2-disc collection that sets new standards in Italian Gothic cruelty. Okay. Then Arabian Adventure is director Kevin Connor's all-star family adventure showcasing Lee as a dastardly caliph. Lee is a menacing teacher in an exclusive boys' boarding school in Feast at Midnight. And then we've got The Life and Deaths of Christopher Lee is a wildly unique documentary that reveals the screen legend like never before. So that's a documentary about Christopher Lee's life and career, which is awesome. So The Beat Girl is on disc 1, and that has an audio commentary, an interview with actress Gillian Hills, London After Dark, the sinful Soho of the 60s. And then you have disc 2, which is The Hands of Orlok, which I didn't get to see any of these movies. That's why I'm not really talking about them, because I have nothing to say whether they're good or not. All I know is that obviously Christopher Lee is in each of them. That's enough to get me to watch them. That's enough to get me to watch them. And so The Hands of Orlok is on disc 2. And let's see, that has an audio commentary with Christopher Lee biographer Jonathan Rigby and Hammer historian Kevin Lyons. That's on the French cut only. And then it says Hand Scare, a portrait of French writer Maurice Renard. Then we got disc 3 and 4, which is the Virgin Nuremberg. So that's that 2-disc set. Let's see, it's on UHD for the first time ever. We have an audio commentary with Mondo Digital's Nathaniel Thompson and Troy Haworth. And then disc 2 is the Blu-ray, which has the movie and special features. It's got that same audio commentary with Troy Haworth and Nathaniel Thompson. And it has Margheriti's Horror Castle, an interview with the director himself, Antonio Margheriti. And then In the Iron Maiden, interview with film historian Fabio Maleli and screenwriter Ernesto Gastaldi with audio excerpts from Antonio Margheriti. And then we have disc 5, which is Arabian Adventure. And this has an audio commentary with director Kevin Connor, moderated by Seven Films' David Gregory. The French Adventure, interview with actress Emma Sams. Arabian Adventurer, interview with actor Puneet Sarah. then Arabian Zoom virtual reunion between Kevin Connor, Emma Samms, and Puneet Saran, and then The Many Faces of Christopher Lee, the 1996 documentary. And then disc 6 is A Feast at Midnight. And this just has an audio commentary with the co-writer and director Justin Hardy and co-writer producer Yoshi Nishio. And then disc 7 is the documentary from 2023. So this would be, I believe, after Christopher Lee had passed. Yes, because he passed away some years ago. And yeah, this has obviously that documentary, and then it's an audio commentary with director John Spira and producer Hank Stars, BFI Q&A with John Spira, Hank Stars, Christopher Lee biographer Jonathan Rigby, extended interview with Juan Aneros, Gary Curtis, Joe Dante, Peter Jackson, John Landis, Paul Maslansky, and Harriet Walter. Okay, so this is a massive box set. Like I said, 6 movies, seven discs. There's some UHD in here. There's Blu-ray in here. There's a 142-page book. When it comes to Severin box sets, Severin makes some of the best box sets just in terms of construction. Do I have any around me? I do not. You know what? I'm gonna go get the Christopher Lee box set. Hold on. It's right next to me. So, sorry for those of you listening only audio-wise, but here is the first Christopher Lee box set, Volume 1. Volume 2 is similar designed, just it's in red. Volume 3 is similarly designed, but just in blue. And you get, of course, very thick cardboard construction, solid. Like it feels solid, doesn't feel thin and cheap or anything like that. And you get all kind of nice designs and artwork on it. And then on the back, there's a little blurb, and it tells you a little bit of the details about what's in here. This first collection was 8 Blu-rays. And then once you take the top off, you get all the movies and all the discs in individual cases. And then there's usually the booklet is here in the back, and that's how it is. Solid construction, well done. All the discs are nicely protected in their own cases, on their own, their own hubs, all kinds of stuff like that. You pay and you get what you pay for, essentially. Let me just open up the first one here, and just to get a sense of how they all look. Yeah, I still need to get Volume 2. There is going to be a Severin, I'm assuming, Black Friday sale like they do every year. I think they're gearing up for that, actually. I have to go check their Facebook page, because they usually do like certain reveals. Let me go over to... This is what happens when you don't prepare anything. You're just... let's see, let me go over to Severin's. I saw them posting about some things earlier. Maybe it was yesterday, maybe it was today. I get so locked into preparing here for Chasing Labels that I just, at some point, I cut off like the news feed in my mind. Like I don't even look at it, because if I keep looking at the news feed of the announcements or just movie collecting news or anything like that, I want to talk about it here. And I gotta stop myself. Okay, so we're already getting them. So while we're here talking about Severin, we might as well include this as well. Hey, why not? So Severin is starting their Black Friday title reveal announcements. Every year they do this. So their first title that they are revealing is Adam and Eve from 1983, and it's a worldwide disc premiere. In the beginning, there was heaven and earth, and then man and woman. Soon Adam and Eve were frolicking nude in the Garden of Eden, but thanks to 80s Italo sleaze logic, oh boy, Eve's eating of the forbidden fruit will begin a maelstrom of shame, guilt, hot sex, angry pterodactyls, crazy cannibals, and more key prophecies from the Book of Genesis that you never learned in Sunday school. There you go. There you go. And this is going to have, for special features, the Forbidden Cut interview with editor Gianfranco. Oh boy. My Italian is awful. Amachucci? Gianfranco Amachucci? Oh boy, I probably butchered that. But anywho, Adam and Eve is their first Severin Black Friday title reveal, and their Black Friday sale will begin on November 28th. So let me check our calendar. So I think see. So we're doing Chasing Labels here on the 10th. So I will be talking about more of those titles in the next episode on the 24th. By that point, we should have more titles available. And I'll remind everybody that the sale is upcoming. Of course, there's going to be a Vinegar Syndrome Black Friday sale as well, like there is every year. So we'll talk about that a little later because we'll be talking about Vinegar Syndrome titles that were just announced on the 1st. So yeah, see, lot of stuff going here, a lot of stuff going. So just a quick recap for everybody listening, everybody watching. We've got um the Christopher Lee Eurocrypt box set number 3, volume 3 that's coming out. They are starting to Severin is starting to reveal their Black Friday titles. They've only done one so far, which they revealed today in Adam and Eve from 1983. A little twisted take on the whole Genesis story, if you will. And yeah, that is that for Severin. So we have another comment here from Illuminated Pro. He asks, "What's one movie you'd recommend from this year?" Oh boy, there are a lot of movies I would recommend from this year. Coincidentally, right after tonight's episode, I want to start hitting the ground running and catching up with a lot of stuff that's come out recently that I haven't gotten to see yet. For example, the new Predator movie just came out. I want to check that out. I'm always a big fan of the Alien and Predator franchises. And let's see what else has come out recently. Oh boy, I've got to check up on things. Hold on, let me go over to Letterboxd. So, but for this year, the one movie I would recommend to people, other than Sinners and the Paul Thomas Anderson film, because I feel like everybody's going to recommend those, and those seem like the ones that I would say you need to watch. There's a movie called Sorry Baby. It's an indie film directed by Eva Victor, starring Eva Victor. Naomi Aki is in the film as well, and it's a small, personal, introspective film about trauma, about dealing with all of those emotions and all of those, um, all those trials that are internal that you it's tough for you to process. It's tough for you to go through. It's tough for you to live with them and live on from them. And I think it's one of the best movies of the year. It's called Sorry Baby. It is currently streaming on, I think, HBO Max. Yes, it's currently streaming on HBO Max. Let me see if there's going to be a Blu-ray anytime soon. I hope this movie gets a lot of buzz when it comes to the Independent Spirit Awards because I think it's very much in that vein of being successful. So Sorry Baby has a Blu-ray release in Canada. That doesn't really help me here. And it's got a Blu-ray release no place else. So we've got to wait. We've got to wait. Let me see who put it out in Canada. Okay, VVS Films. Don't know who that is. Anywho, the movie's called Sorry Baby, and it's currently my third favorite movie of the year. It's my third favorite movie of the year, but I've got to catch up on some things that have come out recently because I always like to stay in the loop about what people are talking about. So Badlands, which is the new Predator film, um, Die My Love, which is the new Lynn Ramsey film, which just came out. Bugonia, which is the new Yorgos Lanthimos film, which just came out. Literally, all three of these movies came out in like the last week. I've been so locked into preparing for Chasing Labels that I haven't, had the opportunity to see those movies. So those are the three that I've got to see kind of right away. I have seen Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. I thought it was really good. I love the Frankenstein story. There's been so many adaptations of Frankenstein. It's got to be one of the most adapted literature stories of all time. It has to be. They've been doing it, I think, since the silent era. I think a lot of people think that the 1931 Universal monster film was the first adaptation. I don't think it was. I think they were doing ones before then, but that's just one of the most notable ones. But they've been doing Frankenstein adaptations forever. Heck, Hammer did it, and then of course they made their subsequent sequels. Universal did it, and then made subsequent sequels with the Frankenstein monster. Um, the Curse of Frankenstein just had a massive release. We talked about it here on Chasing Labels. They've had a massive release of a really nice 4K release from both Warner Archive and Hammer in the UK. I feel like if you get either of those releases, you're good. Not good, but like you'll be satisfied with what you get. The Warner Archive 4K release for Curse of Frankenstein is 3 discs. I think the Hammer one is 6 discs and does have more special features and comes with a bunch of extra swag. It's a big old box of stuff, so it's going to take up more shelf space. But either way, that movie got a pretty deluxe release. So Frankenstein, he's in the news. Once again, he's in the news. So, but going back to what Illuminated Pro was saying, for me, a movie that I would recommend to people for this year that I don't think a lot of people are aware of exists is Sorry Baby. Sorry Baby is excellent. Um, let's see, we have some other ones. Let's see. Joey Beans asked when you talk in holiday movies. Probably we'll be doing like um closer to the holidays, probably next month. That's my assumption next month. We will be doing obviously, I think, an unwatched pile next month. So maybe we'll be adding like putting that into the theme for there. So we'll be talking probably unwatched pile holiday movies, and then we'll add probably some extra stuff to there. Um, and then let's see, Illuminated Pro says Sinners kind of fell apart for me by the third act. Sorry Baby sounds cool. Um, yeah, I can understand Sinners falling apart. The third act is interesting. It does a lot in its third act, a lot. But I feel like Ryan Coogler, he's so good of a director and filmmaker that he's able to hold the movie together. Even if the parts start, coming apart, he's so good at filmmaking, he's able to hold those things together. Illuminated Pro also says, I was more of a fan of Presence, The Naked Gun, and Companion. Those are actually all on my list as well. Presence is the Steven Soderbergh movie that came out earlier this year. I think Soderbergh has 2 or 3 movies actually this year. They have Presence, Black Bag, which I really liked a lot. Black Bag's in my top 10. Like I think it's really, really good. I may be rating it a little too high, and I may have to reevaluate that after a rewatch when I get it, but I think it's really, really good. And then Companion is another one that I really need to get and rewatch, but it's also like in my top, I think 2025 right now for the year. It's really, really good. Let's see. And then it says, Illuminated Pro says, I ain't seen Frankie yet, referring to Frankenstein. It is streaming now on Netflix for anybody who missed it in theaters. I'm surprised that Netflix gave it as long a theatrical run as they did. For those of you who don't know, Netflix does not like putting their movies in theaters, although they do really, really well, which kind of is baffling to me why they wouldn't want that extra money. I don't know. I don't know. When they put the sequel to Knives Out, what was the Glass Onion, the Ryan Johnson film? They put it out for like 1 week and it made like a lot of money. I don't know why they just didn't kept it out. Their biggest movie of the year, which is K-pop Demon Hunters, they put that in the theater for like one week and it made tons of money. Like that's their most watched movie on their whole platform. People went and see that in droves. It's crazy. Yeah, Illuminated Pro says, "Oh, I didn't even know it went to theaters." It did, but I'm assuming it wasn't everywhere. Like, I don't think Frankenstein was in over 2,000 theaters. I think it was a somewhat limited release. Some places had it, some places didn't, and it wasn't only like a New York and LA, East Coast, West Coast, the big metropolitan areas. Because I saw people in the middle of the country get to go see it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. It was kind of random, I guess, random release. Illuminate Pro says something interesting here. I don't pay for any streaming apps. I'm doing physical or theaters right now. You know what, Illuminated Pro? You're not the only one I've seen that does that. I follow somebody on Instagram who they watch everything through physical media. They don't stream anything, so they buy all the TV shows on DVD or Blu-ray that they can get their hands on, all the movies on Blu-ray, 4K, whatever the case may be, and that's how they watch everything. And that's a very old school kind of mindset, which is kind of crazy. I'm saying that because streaming has been so dominant in our lives for the last several years. Like when it took over, it really took over. It really took over. Just go to any brick and mortar store right now. Most of them don't sell movies anymore. And I lament that to the nth degree. I really, really do. I hate not being able to go and spend hours in a movie in a store browsing for movies. Like I said, I go to my local Walmart like maybe once a month and I grab a few of the new releases. And even then, by the time I get there, they only have like, you know, 3 or 4 copies left, maybe, sometimes one. For example, I just went and bought Jurassic World. This was the only copy they had left. They had one left. So I was like, might as well get it now because I know it's not, once it's gone, it's gone. They don't restock anything. I only go to get, the only mainstream, new releases. That's the only thing that I really have access to, um, which kind of sucks. Like I said, it kind of sucks. That's why I have to buy a lot of stuff online. That's why I go to like Orbit DVD. I've been such good friends of ours here for a while, and other places like that. But let me get on to what I want to talk about next. And let's go over to Radiance. My good friends over, speaking of friends, over at Radiance, our friend Simeone, who runs Radiance Films. Once again, like clockwork, he's got a list of announcements. They do that every single month. There's a list of announcements, and we've got 4 announcements for Radiance. And once again, it's a mix of international films. And these are their February releases. Yeah, he's already announcing February stuff. I can't think of February releases at this point. Yeah. Let me... Hold on, I want to check something really quickly. Yeah, okay. So, I thought I had forgot to talk about or add something to my notes, but I did not. So we've got the Stuntman, which is getting a 4K UHD release. The Japanese Godfather trilogy, which is a box set. I think those are only Blu-rays. Yeah, those are only Blu-rays. We have I can't even pronounce this. Iphigenia. It's a Greek film. It's a Greek film. And then we have Libido. And Libido is an Italian. No, I think it's a French film. Actually, we'll start with that. Let's start with Libido. So I got to see Libido and I got to see The Stuntman. I didn't get to see the Japanese Godfather trilogy, which that title alone makes me want to see these movies. They're not easy to find to watch, which kind of sucks. But so I've got to get these eventually, anyways. So this is an Italian film. So Libido is an Italian film, and I remember talking about this movie years ago because there's already been a release of it here. Severin, coincidentally, we just finished talking about Severin. Severin put out this movie called Libido back in 2022. So we talked about it way back when. Coincidentally, I believe it was a Black Friday title from the Black Friday sale because it came out November 29th, 2022 on Blu-ray from Severin. That's around the Black Friday time, at least I can remember. So the general description of this movie, let me see how they do it on Radiance, because I've got a description here, but let me see how they word it. All right. So, Libido, a young man returns to the seaside mansion where as a child he witnessed his father kill a woman. Haunted by memories of sadomasochistic games and murder, he begins to doubt his sanity and trust of his friends. The directorial debut of iconic screenwriter Ernesto Gastaldi, this gothic psychosexual thriller is a distinctive proto-giallo based on a story by Gastaldi's wife and muse, Mara Merrill, who also stars. So, yeah, this movie is dealing with like darker themes of childhood trauma haunting you into your adulthood and then really messing with you psychologically when you go back to essentially the scene of your trauma. So yeah, so he witnesses his father kill this woman in a very sexual moment, if you will. It's an S&M moment essentially, and he just has this image in his head that haunts him throughout his life. And he goes back to the same seaside house as an adult, and he just falls deeper and deeper into, psychological torture, if you will. That's the movie. And I don't think I got to see it like when we talked about it 3 years ago. So this is a bit of a retread or return or redemption arc for me. And yeah, the movie is kind of really good in that regard. It's a proto giallo, meaning that it is right before giallo became a thing. So it's got some giallo vibes in it. But I felt while watching it, it felt more like those other 1960s, like surreal Italian horror films. Films of like Mario Bava and stuff like that. Things like Black Sabbath and those other films like that, like those black and white weird movies. That's what it felt more like to me because when you get to Giallo and you get to the 70s, there's more distinctive characteristics of them that I don't feel like this movie really um, had, if you will. But anywho, they categorize it as a proto giallo. Why not? Why not? Who am I to say? I'm no expert. I'm just a movie fan. Who am I to say? So this has a 2K restoration of the film by Severin Films. So it's the same restoration that Severin Films used 3 years ago. We have an uncompressed mono PCM audio commentary by critic and author Sam Deegan, interview by Ernesto Gastaldi, interview with Italian cinema expert Richard Dyer, and that's it. So when it comes to comparing it to the Severin release from a few years ago, that Severin release had a commentary by actually let me go back to Severin's site and I'll tell you exactly what it had. I'll tell you exactly what it had. Let's see. Ba-ba-ba-bum. It was the audio commentary was by Kat Ellinger for that release. I think it had other special features. It's actually still in print. You can still get it. Yeah, it has an auto commentary with Kat Ellinger, the author of Daughters of Darkness, and then I've Got You Under My Skin, an interview with writer-director Ernesto Gastaldi. I think that interview is different than the interview that's on this Radiance release, because the one that's on this Radiance release is a brand new interview from 2025. Obviously, the older interview wouldn't be from this year. So that's the main difference. You get a different audio commentary and different interview on the Severin release and on the Radiance release. That's the main difference. And then on the Radiance release, you do get an extra interview with the Italian cinema expert Richard Dyer. Those are the main differences between the two. And then obviously, the Radiance release is region B locked. So you need to have a region free player in order to play it. Okay. And this is coming out February 23rd, 2026. My goodness. I can't even think of 2026 right now. All right. Let's see. Yeah, let's move on to the next thing I want to talk about. Let's go over to Stuntman. So the Stuntman is getting a 4K UHD release, and the Stuntman stars Peter O'Toole. And I thought Peter O'Toole was great in this movie. So let me give you the old description of this. So Cameron, portrayed by Steve Railsback, who was in the movie Life Force, that's a hell of a credit there, is a man who finds himself unmoored from American life. Recently returned from Vietnam, he is now a drifter on the run from the law. While evading police, he stumbles upon the filming of a World War I movie helmed by the megalomaniacal Eli Cross, Peter O'Toole. When Cameron discovers that he bears a striking resemblance to the lead actor, he hatches a plan to hide from his potential captors by disguising himself as a stuntman double and agreeing to perform a series of increasingly dangerous stunts. So, yeah, that's kind of the premise of the movie, but he also ends up, I think he ends up striking up a romantic relationship with the lead woman, the lead actress in the movie, and that's a whole big thing. But he also butts heads with the crazy, insane director portrayed by Peter O'Toole, who is just awesome in this movie. He's really great, chewing up and eating up every scene. And there are moments where he's shot that are just maniacally crazy. Like he's sitting in a crane, because sometimes directors will be sitting in like this harness and they'll be attached to a crane and they'll be up and moving around the set on this crane, right? And he does that several times in this movie, and the way in which he's shot just looks hilarious and imposing and crazy. And yeah, he's great in the movie. I really did like this movie a lot. It's also a movie about movie making, well, movie making is kind of the background of it, so you get a little bit of those instances in it. Like Peter O'Toole is, like I said, he's a director, but he's kind of crazy. So he's like fighting with the producers and fighting with the studio, and he's fighting with the local law when it comes to getting permits to shoot certain things in certain places and all this kind of stuff. Meanwhile, you're following the story of this escaped fugitive or this fugitive on the run who is hiding out by being a stuntman on this movie set. Like that's how he's trying to get away from that situation. So I really like this movie actually. I really liked it a lot. That's the Stuntman. Let's see what we got here for special features. So brand new 4K restoration from the original 35mm camera negative by Radiance Films, presented in Dolby Vision HDR. We have a 4K UHD and Blu-ray presentation of the feature. The legendary feature-length making of documentary directed by Richard Rush called The Sinister Saga of Making the Stuntman. That came out in 2001 and it runs 131 minutes long. Wow. So you get basically an extra movie in here. New audio commentary with critics Christina Newland and Monica Castillo. Archival cast and crew commentary with writer-director Richard Rush and actors Peter O'Toole, Steve Railsback, Barbara Hershey. Yeah, Barbara Hershey is the one that Steve Railsback's character is having a romantic relationship with. I knew I recognized. I think that Barbara Hershey, and it was Barbara Hershey. Alex Rocco, Sharon Farrell, and Chuck Bale. And this is all from 2001. New interview with Chuck Bale, stuntman and actor from 2024. Archival interview with Richard Rush. Archival interview with Peter O'Toole. Archival interview with Steve Railsback. Archival interview with Barbara Hershey. Q&A with Richard Rush, Steve Railsback, and Barbara Hershey from a screening of the movie at the New Beverly. You have deleted scenes, a trailer. This is a nice release. It's a really good release. Plenty of special features in here. Let's see, limited edition 40-page perfect bound book, and limited to 5,000 copies. And this is coming out on February 23rd, 2026. And this is region free. Well, 4Ks are region free pretty much everywhere for the most part. There's only a select few 4Ks that are region locked. Yeah, but pretty much all of them are region free. So that is the Stuntman. Now let's go over to the Japanese Godfather trilogy. I don't have much to say about these movies because I didn't get to see them, but they intrigue the hell out of me because these are like 70s, basically Yakuza films. And so you got me. You've got me interested. At the dawn of the 1970s, Japan is becoming an economic superpower, and the Nakajima crime syndicate extends its grasp across the nation. Politicians and corporations seek the gang's favor to form strategic and highly prosperous partnerships, but its leaders disagree about whether to leave the old ways behind for the sake of money and respectability. Directed by Toei, Yakuza film specialist Sadeo Nakajima. This sprawling epic is based on the true story of Japan's largest crime syndicate and features a cast of genre legends. And then it lists off like several of the genre legends. Sonny Chiba's in here as well. But what we have here for special features is high definition digital transfers of each film on 3 discs, so they all get their own disc. Uncompressed mono PCM audio, archival interview with Sadeo Nakajima, newly filmed appreciation by filmmaker Kazuyoshi Kumakiri, new interview with scriptwriter Koji Takada, and that's it. Okay, there's reversible sleeve featuring artwork based on original promotional materials, limited edition booklet featuring new writing by Akihiko Ito and Tom Mess, limited to 3,000 copies. Let's see, it says region A and B. Okay, so that leads me to believe that some of these are region A, some of these are region B, or they could be region free. But anywho, they're coming out on February 23rd, 2026. Now, for title wise, they didn't tell you the titles. It says, I think the first movie just titled The Japanese Godfather. Yeah. And then the second movie is titled The Japanese Godfather 2 Ambition. And then The Japanese Godfather 3 Conclusion. So I think so I think it's just a a 2 case. Is it 2 case set? I think it is. Yeah. So movies 1 and 2, I think, come in one case, and I think movie 3 comes in its own case. So it'll be 2 cases in. I'm assuming inside a box. That's my guess. That's what it looks like. I don't know. The artwork is very confusing. No, maybe not. I don't know. This is very confusing. hmm. I don't know. I'm just ruminating on the. Either way, you get all three movies in this box set. Yeah, because it show if you go to radiance.co.uk and you go to Japanese trilogy, Japanese Godfather trilogy, you see the box art, you see the back of the box art, you see it with the strip, you see it without the strip, and then you see the case art individually. You see one, yeah, you see. It looks like you see there's Japanese Godfather 1 on the front, Japanese Godfather 2 Ambition, which is the back art, and then Japanese Godfather 3 Conclusion. You get front art and back art on that. Yeah, and they looks like they posted it twice. Huh, interesting. That's what's confusing me. I think they posted all that twice. Either way, that's what that is. Let's go over to their last release, which is Iphigenia. I'm probably butchering that name, but after mistakenly slaying a sacred deer, Agamemnon is ordered to atone for his sin by the gods. In order for them to guarantee safe passage for his armies to Troy, he must make the ultimate sacrifice, the death of his beloved daughter, Iphigenia. Torn between family and country, he attempts to keep the details of the impossible ultimatum from his wife, Clystemnestra, choosing to deceive her while he wrestles with the implications of his decision, while those around him wait tensely for his answer. A masterpiece of epic Greek storytelling, Iphigenia is the third film from Michael Kassoyanis to the to be adapted from a Euripidean tragedy. It's from Euripides, and one of the director's most acclaimed and successful films, nominated for both the Palme d'Or and the Academy Award for Best Original Foreign Language Film. And let's see, when did this movie come out? 1977. Yes, 1977. So excuse me. Sounds interesting. Sounds intriguing. I wanted to see this movie. High definition digital transfer on Blu-ray for the first time in the UK. Uncompressed mono PCM audio. New interview with Greek film expert Dimitris Papankolawa on Michael Kassayanis. Archival press conference interview with Michael Kassayanis. Archival interview with director Michael Kassayanis and actress Irene Papas. Newly improved English subtitle translation, reversible sleeve artwork, limited edition booklet featuring new writing by Rasidas Karalis, and then limited to 3,000 copies. This is also coming out, I think, yep, on the 23rd of February, 2026. So that is Iphigenia, a Greek film. I don't see many Greek films, to be quite honest, and it's not because I have anything against them. I just don't come across them a lot. I just don't have a lot of exposure to them. So anytime I can get more exposure to a culture through film that I'm not you know delved into a lot, I look all forward to that. So, okay. So that is Radiance. Radiance is coming out with the Stuntman, the Japanese Godfather trilogy, Iphigenia, and Libido, all coming out in February. So let's move on from there. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. See if I have any comments here. Let's see. Illuminated Pro says, let's go down to brass tacks, talk about your guiltiest pleasure films. Illuminated Pro goes, I'll go first, Twilight Saga. What's interesting is that the first movie in that franchise is directed by Catherine Hardwicke. Catherine Hardwicke, who I think is a decent filmmaker, a good filmmaker. She directed the movie 13, which is a great film. She was also I think an art director, set director, something like that. I can't. She anywho, she worked. I think she worked on the movie Three Kings, the David O. Russell film. But anywho, um, Illuminated Pro says Life Force was hard to get into. Yeah, it's a space vampire movie directed by Toby Hooper in the 80s. Toby Hooper in the 80s is kind of a madman. He's kind of a madman. At least his films do portray that. If you've ever seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, it's tonally, it's the complete opposite of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And of course, he directed Poltergeist, which is, a cultural classic at this point, a genre classic. And then he directed um, and who directed, Life Force as well. Let's see, that's what it was, production design. Illuminated Pro says Vanilla Sky production designer. Yeah, she was a production designer. She made Lords of Dogtown. Yes, she made Lords of Dogtown, which we talked about here on Chasing Labels because I had watched for the first time um to cover it here. And then of course I watched the documentary as well, which that movie's kind of based on. Um which is really, really good. The documentary is better than the feature film. The feature film does have Heath Ledger, so that's why people love it. But for guilty pleasures for me, oh boy, I bring this one up all the time. The 1990s movie starring Billy Zane called The Phantom. I love The Phantom. I bring that's my go-to guilty pleasure all the time. I saw it in theaters as a kid. When did it come out? When did The Phantom come out? Like 1997? Um, in Billy Zane in purple tights. You had 1996. It's Billy Zane, Catherine Zeta-Jones. The bad guy was the late great um, Treat Williams, and it was all about collecting these three skulls, these three magical skulls that if you put them all together, they gave you some type of ultimate power. The Phantom, um, is actually a really old school comic book. Like it's from the 30s. Like it's old. It's from way back in the day. You can go back and get like collected editions of the Phantom comics and stuff like that. People collect them and whatnot, and I may have some in my collection, or my friend had some. But I have to go and see if you can actually get like collected editions of Phantom comics. But a few years ago, at my local comic book convention, or at my local Comic Con, actually, which just happened this weekend. The Rhode Island Comic Con just happened this weekend. Massive celebrities were here. It was kind of nuts. I talked about it in a previous episode, but it was even crazier when it actually happened. Like so many celebrities were there. It was insane. And it's not a big, you know, the arena in which it's held, the place in which it's held is not a big venue. So I can only imagine the amounts and amounts of people that were there this weekend. On Saturday being the big convention day for pretty much every convention, wherever the conventions are: New York Comic Con, Boston Comic Con, San Diego, Chicago, Anaheim, wherever. Um, it Saturdays are always the big day, so there must have been massive amounts of people. Anywho, several years ago, when I went a few years in a row, and the last year I went, Billy Zane was there. Billy Zane, of course, in the 90s, he was like the man, or one of the men. Um, and he, of course, was in Titanic. Um, and he was in Twin Peaks, but he was the guy back in the 90s. Anywho, I saw Billy Zane there, and I was like 20 feet away from him. He was sitting at the table talking with people, signing autographs, all that kind of stuff. So I've seen Billy Zane in person. It was a highlight for me. That same Comic Con, I saw Kevin Conroy. I was like 5 feet away from Kevin Conroy, maybe even closer. Who of course was the iconic voice of Batman in Batman the Animated Series, and of course since then he's passed away. So I always remember being so close to Kevin Conroy. But anyway, that's just me. This is just me going off. But um, guilty pleasures for me. A lot of comedies are guilty pleasures, like Adam Sandler comedies for me are guilty pleasures. Jim Carrey comedies, even the ones that are lesser, like Yes Man, I feel is still worth a watch. Yeah, I just talked about The Mask. I don't know if The Mask is a guilty pleasure, but you know what I'm saying. I'm mostly getting like guilty pleasure and nostalgia mixed together. um, But yeah, there's a lot of let's see, like see guilty pleasure, like any Nicolas Cage film I always find is a guilty pleasure, especially nowadays. Um Man, it's tough to do this off the top of my head. But anywho, The Phantom is the one I always go back to. Um, let's see. Yeah, Dogtown and Z Boys is good. Illuminated Pro also says, I'll laugh aloud. I've maybe only seen The Phantom a few times. Definitely a gem. James Raymar's in that movie. James Raymar, of course, went on to be in, oh, heck, he's still acting now. James Raymar back in the day was in The Warriors, and he was, of course, he was uh, Dexter's father in Dexter. He's done a lot of TV work. James Raymar has. Heck, do you want to see a guilty pleasure? Mortal Kombat and then Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Mortal Kombat Annihilation way more of a guilty pleasure than the first movie. The first movie you could actually go back and rewatch and be like, okay, this is decent. Mortal Kombat Annihilation, that's a guilty pleasure. That's a guilty pleasure. Oh man, those special effects do not hold up. Oh man, jeez. Let's see. So Illuminated Pro also says, let's see. I like a lot of '90s and 2000s comedies too, possibly guilty pleasures. I was just talking about Adam Sandler. Little Nicky is, not a great comedy from him, but it's one that I always remember because I've watched it so many times. Um, Yeah, even, like, later Adam Sandler movies, I don't like, I watch them and I don't mind them. Maybe it's because I have that built-in nostalgia of him growing up in the '90s. Um, Even the new the Happy Gilmore 2, which wasn't great, I was still like, "Oh, I kind of understand what we're going with here." I'm gonna look up, let me see. Something pull this stuff up on the spot, let's see. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 bum. See, I don't see there's sometimes when you Google these things, they'll give you movies that I don't think are actually guilty pleasures. They give you movies that are actually um a good movie. For example, Cruel Intentions, I don't think is a guilty pleasure movie. I actually kind of think it's actually good. Um Tenacious D and The Pick of Destiny. Okay. Con Air's a guilty pleasure. See, I think Con Air's good. um let's see. See, like if there's an IMDb list here that says like The Lost World Jurassic Park is a guilty pleasure movie. That's directed by Spielberg. Point Break, Top Gun, these aren't guilty pleasure movies. Maybe the Fast and Furious movies, I can understand, especially the most recent ones. Those are guilty pleasure movies. I got you on that one. Um, Even the Final Destination films, stuff like that, I kind of get it. Maybe even something like Batman and Robin, Joe Schumacher's Batman and Robin. That's definitely a guilty pleasure movie. That's a nostalgia film from my childhood. I saw that in the theater. Back in '97, I was 10 years old. When you're 10 years old, you don't know that, these Arnold Schwarzenegger puns are terrible. You're like, "Oh, it's Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's on the screen." You don't care. Yeah, Bubble Boy. Oh goodness. Illuminator Pro brings out Bubble Boy. One of Oh man. Um oh, what a movie. What an interesting movie. Let's see. Little Nicky for sure. Watched Billy Madison last night. Not every joke ages so well. A lot of those '90s ones don't age so well. '80s comedies don't age well either. But I feel when I go back and watch those movies, I can acknowledge that they don't age well. Even some of the romantic comedies, even some of the teenage angsty films, even some like John Hughes stuff doesn't age so well. But I can pretty much, be mindful of the movie being made in a specific time and view myself as someone watching it in that timeline, in that time frame. You know what I mean? Have that in the back of my mind while I'm watching it, because I think you have to do that with every movie, you know what I mean? Even going back to movies from the 1930s and 1920s, when you go back to the silent era, you can't compare it to movies today. It's not feasible. It's not fair. It doesn't make any sense to do that. And for me, I'm more interested in picking out perhaps things that do relate to modern day. You know what I mean? For example, in movies down memory lane, that's kind of what we do. In movies down memory lane, we just talked about the movie The Perks of Being a Wallflower, which came out in 2012. And that movie is actually set in the early 90s. That movie is set in 1991. The book had come out in the late 90s as well. So that movie is definitely supposed to be about a specific time in our culture and in our life when it comes from a young person's perspective. But I feel like there are things in that movie that it can be on a macro level that can be extrapolated to the modern teenage life, or even when I was a teenager in the 2000s, or even decades previously to when that movie is set. There are certain universal truths that I think movies bring out, regardless of when a movie is made. That's what makes movies, I think, rather timeless, in my opinion. I also think movies are a reflection of the time in which they are made. And unfortunately, our society, as even as time has gone on immensely, a lot of things don't very much move. We don't move past a lot of things. We're still dealing with a lot of things that we've dealt with throughout the decades. Big macro ideas, things like racism, income inequality, political things, warfare, gas prices, grocery prices, workers' rights, unionizing, all this kind of stuff. They've been making movies about this from the decades ago. You know what I mean? But anyway, I'm going off on track. I need somebody here getting me back on. The Luminaire Pro says the wedding singer still rocks, and he's right. He's right. I think that's one of Adam Sandler's most underrated movies. I really like The Wedding Singer a lot. Great soundtrack. But anywho, we just finished Radiant talking about Radiance. Let me get back on track. Let's go over to Indicator. Actually, speaking of movies from yesteryear, um, this time Indicator has given us an array of actually, I think I already have them pulled up. I do. I was going making a whole new tab, but I didn't have to. So, Indicator's actually just had a big time sale on their website with a lot of stuff that was marked down to to super nice prices. I didn't partake particularly in that sale, but I know a lot of people who did do it. But I hope you guys snag some good stuff. Indicator puts out excellent releases, really fantastic stuff. And they've just added more to their catalog right now. So these films are older British films. They may not be for everyone. I wasn't a big fan of all of these, but I'll go through them nonetheless. Of course, it's what we do here, chasing labels. Uh, we have the movie called The Man Inside, Idol on Parade, also known as Idol on Parade. It's the two different spellings of idol. It's IDLE and IDOL. They sound the same, spelled differently. Then we have Jazzbo, and then we have You Must Be Joking. So those are the four titles, and these are like British, lighter British films, I would say, except for the Man Inside. Let's start with that one because that's the best movie of these four, and that's the one that's actually number one here on the list. So the Man Inside is actually a film noir. It's a film noir starring Jack Palance, Anita Ekberg, and Nigel Patrick. It's kind of a B movie film noir, I would say. It's perfect time of year for film noir. It is November, so we will be celebrating Noirvember all month long. Um, I got to do something for Noirvember. A couple of years ago, we were fortunate enough to have the person who created the hashtag Noirvember, created the saying Noirvember, in a great friend of mine, or just a great person that I've known of for years, in Mariah Gates, who just had a new book come out. Oh, just had her book come out a couple of months ago, which I still need to get a copy of. Maybe that'll be a gift to myself for the holiday season. Um, and she created the Noirvember hashtag, and that thing has taken off every single year. Um, and noir is kind of my favorite. The thing is, it's not really a genre. People argue about this all the time, if noir is a genre or if it's more of a style or if it's more of a movement. I'll just call it an aspect of film. It's one of my favorite aspects of film ever. Um, I've always been a big fan of the style, the the story, the femme fatales, um, the great actors that have gone through it. You've had everybody from Robert Mitchum, Humphrey Bogart. Um, you've got so many great femme fatales. Lana Turner and um, Rita Hayworth and so many others. And yeah, I just love film noir so much. I really want to do something when it comes to talking about film noir here on Chasing Labels a little bit more. Maybe I'll like pull out some film noir, some great film noirs in my collection and talk about them. Something as simple as that. But anywho, back to the task at hand. I'm getting all off task. The Man Inside, starring Jack Palance. Ironically, we'll be talking about another Jack Palance film later on. Completely different type of movie in City Slickers. But after stealing a cache of diamonds, jeweler Sam Carter is chased across a series of European capitals by Detective March, who's portrayed by Jack Palance, a mysterious beauty named Trudy, and a pair of thugs. So you got this guy who has pulled off this diamond heist, and he has this diamond worth like $500,000 or something, and he is just he's moving across Europe, and you've got this detective, this international detective portrayed by Jack Palance, who's after him. You've got thugs who are after him. You've got this kind of femme fatale beauty in Trudy, who's portrayed by Anita Ekberg, who's after him as well. And you just go around to like different places. Like you go to like London. Well, I think it ends in London actually, but you go to like Lisbon, you go to like other places in Europe and stuff like that. And yeah, that's kind of the movie. So, um, Donald Pleasance pops up at one point in this movie in when they are in Lisbon, and he's got a Portuguese accent. And I never thought I'd live to see the day to see Donald Pleasance, a young Donald Pleasance, with a Portuguese accent. But here we are. Let's see. With supporting turns from British screen legends Sid James, Donald Pleasance. Inside was co-produced by Albert Cubby Broccoli and co-written by Richard Malbaum to be the driving forces behind the James Bond series. Yeah, that's why that make those names ring a bell. Anywho, I like this movie. Like I said, more of a B movie, film noir, detective story with Jack Palance on the case. But I dug it. He's got a good like antagonistic relationship with Anita Ekberg. Anita Ekberg was stunning. She was a stunning actress. Many of you probably know her from the fountain scene in La Dolce Vita, one of the most well-known scenes from any Italian film ever. And yeah, and that's the Fellini film, La Dolce Vita, one of the best Italian Fellini films you'll ever see. But anywho, for special features, high definition remaster, original mono audio, audio commentary with writers Barry Forshaw and Kim Newman, Vic Pratt on Warwick Films. The film historian looks at the history and output of Irving Allen and Albert R. Broccoli's company. So this movie was made by Warwick Films, but was not produced. It was distributed by Columbia. Um, and we've been fortunate enough to interview the CEOs, the guys who run um, Indicator, and and one of them I think used to work at Sony. So they've had a relationship and they've had a distribution contract with Sony pretty much since the start of Indicator and putting out catalog Columbia Pictures films. That's why a lot of these movies are old Columbia Pictures films. So that's a nice connection here. But I'm curious to learn more about Warwick Films. So, and that's it actually. You get that special feature about Warwick Films, you get an audio commentary. That is it. You do get a booklet as well, actually, I should say. Limited 3,000 copies, and this is Region B locked. I think these are all going to be Region B for the most part. So this is The Man Inside. Um, like I said, I think that's the best movie of these four. Uh, the next movie is called Idle on Parade, and this is a musical. It's a weird musical. So this movie stars Anthony Newley, William Bendix, and Anne Aubrey. And this is like a military musical movie, which sounds kind of odd to me, and it kind of is. Um, what's interesting? Let me check some comments here. So I got one more comment here from Illuminator Pro. Wonder if Rat Race would be one of the thinking of macro comedies. No. Not for now. I'm not the guy to keep you on track. Yeah, well, yeah, I got to keep myself on track. But Rat Race is interesting. Um, that's a movie I haven't seen in like 20 years, actually. So Rat Race is a fascinating movie because it's essentially a remake of It's a Mad, 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 Mad World. but in modern times, and there's a lot going on in that movie because there's a cross section of different types of people who are going on this rat race, going on this race across the country. Um, I see clips from that movie every now and again on TikTok or on Instagram, and it's always the scene. Oh goodness, when in the car when they're driving, because they go to like some like German museum and they steal Hitler's car, and they're driving on the road in Hitler's car, and and then his wife like pulls out lipstick out of the glove compartment and like puts it on and stuff, and it's like, did you just use like Ava Braun's lipstick? It's so what a weird movie, weird movie. Um, yeah, it's yeah, what a weird movie. To talk about a cross yeah, just a diverse cast in that film. That's a movie that got a Blu-ray release many years ago, and it's never really gotten anything since, and it's gotta be over 20 years old. Let's see. Okay, so it got a Blu-ray release in 2021. For some reason, I thought it was earlier than that. Yeah, Paramount put it out. I'm surprised this hasn't been part of one of the various Paramount distribution deals, because I feel like this would get a re-release sometime soon. So it came out in 2001. So next year would be its 25th anniversary. So keep your eyeballs open for perhaps a 25th anniversary re-release of Rat Race next year. Who knows? Um, I, I wouldn't put it past it. Let's see. What an odd movie. But anywho, back to what was going on over at Indicator. So Idle on Parade, um, military musical. This movie felt like it was supposed to be imitating or trying to capitalize on the Elvis films of the 1950s, because this character reminded me of a character that Elvis would play and probably did play in the movie. So anywho, William Bendix, Anthony Newley, and Anne Aubrey star in Idle on Parade, released in the U.S. as Idle on Parade, IDOL, a musical comedy from director John Gilling. Singing sensation Jeep Jackson, Anthony Newley, is called up to complete his national service, causing havoc for commanding officers Lush, William Bendix, and Bassett, Lionel Jeffries, as he tries to balance army life and pop stardom. Scripted by John Antrobus, Idle on Parade is a fascinating snapshot of the early rock and roll era from Warwick Films, the enterprising British film company established by Irving Allen and future James Bond producer Albert Cubby Broccoli. Once again, another Warwick Films movie. Yeah, I was gonna say Warwick Films film, but that sounded weird. Anywho, like I said, this movie is not great, and you kind of have to be in that vibe of watching, like I said, an Elvis type movie where you've got this guy who's in the army, but then he also like he also whips out his guitar and starts singing and performing at random times and stuff like that. Yet again, it feels like it's trying to capitalize on that type of movie, and it's okay. It's okay. High definition remaster, original mono audio commentary with writers Barry Forshaw and Kim Newman, Neil Brand on Idle Parade, Jack Jack of What Trade. That's a short dramatized film produced by Central Office of Information and directed by Margaret Thompson, featuring a teenaged Anthony Newley. And that's it. All right. So that's that. Region B locked as well. Um, there's a booklet too, and then limited to 3,000 copies. Then next we've got Jazz Boat. Okay, so Jazz Boat. Let's see, Anthony Newley, Anne Aubrey, and Lionel Jeffries star in the musical crime caper Jazz Boat. Yeah, this is a crime caper musical movie. And the tone shift in this movie is radical. Radical. Like at one point we'll be singing and dancing, and at another point there will be like a knife fight. It make with like somebody where people are like bleeding from their faces. It's so radically toned in this movie. Like, am I supposed to be watching a serious like crime movie with like gang fights and stuff like that, or am I supposed to be watching a musical? So the tones don't mesh well together in this movie. So let's see. When Burt Harris boasts of his prowess as a thief, he is reluctantly recruited by a beautiful woman to take part in a jewel heist alongside a violent gang. On the run from both the gang and Detective Sergeant Thompson, Harris and his girlfriend hide out on a river cruise. Directed by Ken Hughes, written by John Antrobus, and photographed by Nicholas Rogue. Hey now. This entertaining blend of comedy, music, and crime from Warwick Films offers a snapshot of Britain's pre-Beatles youth culture and features performances from the most popular big band of the era, Ted Heath, and his music. See, I don't have any cultural consciousness of that, so watching this movie, it doesn't really mean anything to me. I guess that's my fault for not doing some research on it, but still, there's a little bit, there's something lost in the viewing of the movie when you don't have the cultural context of it all. Let's see, high definition remaster, original mono audio, audio commentary with film historians Will Fowler and Vic Pratt, Neil Brand on Jazz Boat, in-depth appreciation of the film and its soundtrack by the composer and broadcaster. Now and then, Anthony Newley archival interview with the actor and songwriter in conversation with broadcaster Bernard Braden. That's from 1968, and then that's it. All right. Um, let's see, booklet, limited 3,000 copies, region B locked as well. So, like I originally predicted, these are all pretty much region B locked. At least these first three are. Because then you have You Must Be Joking, directed by Michael Winner. Now, Michael Winner is a name you may be familiar with. Michael Winner directed a lot of Charles Bronson films. And this is about as tonally far from a Charles Bronson film as you can possibly get. So Michael Winner directed Death Wish, he directed The Sentinel, he directed, I think he directed the sequels to Death Wish. Yeah, he directed Death Wish 2, and he directed Death Wish 3. He didn't direct the other one. He didn't direct 4 or 5. But he also directed Chato's Land, which is another Charles Bronson film. He directed The Mechanic, another Charles Bronson film. And yeah. But let's talk about You Must Be Joking. So Michael Callan, Lionel Jeffries, and Denholm Elliott lead the all-star cast of You Must Be Joking, a riotous British comedy from director Michael Winner. Army psychologist Major Foskett tasks 4 soldiers with completing a scavenger hunt, with each rushing to collect 6 symbols of British life within 48 hours. So it's a British comedy that features a scavenger hunt where they have to go around and get certain items. And with comedy's funny. Comedy is, to me, the most subjective genre of them all. Whether it's comedy movies, TV, stand up, whether you're joking around with your friends, not everybody's gonna laugh at everything. That's just the case with it. There's different types of humor, different types of comedy. British comedy has a specific flavor to it. You know what I mean? It's not. It doesn't. Not everybody favors it. Not everybody likes it. And this movie had some funny moments and not so funny moments. It's yet again the not a really a great film. Uh, but for high definition remaster, you have a high definition remaster, original mono audio commentary with film historians Kevin Lyons and Jonathan Rigby. You have the Guardian event, Michael Winner on censorship from 1990. The Guardian interview with Bob Godfrey from 1985. You have a BEHP interview with Bernard Gribble from 1995. Original theatrical trailer, image gallery, and that's it. And then you have, of course, the booklet, 3,000 copies, world premiere on Blu-ray, and then Region B locked. So not a lot to say about this movie. I didn't really like it that much, to be quite honest. So not a lot to say about it. I was just kind of fascinated that Michael Winner went on to direct like very, very dark movies after this. Like Death Wish and its sequels are not light films. Even the other Charles Bronson films are not light movies. Yet he went and directed this like proper British comedy in the 60s. But anywho, that's it for Indicator. Once more for the people listening at home. The Man Inside, Idol on Parade, Jazz Boat, and You Must Be Joking are the Indicator releases for, when are these coming out actually? These are coming out February. These are all coming out in February. Okay. Hey, Illuminator Pro brings up something here. I don't know if they're doing it jokingly or not, but I'm pumped for There's Something About Mary 4K. There's Something About Mary actually needs a remaster, because that original Blu-ray does not look very good. Like, it didn't look very good when it came out. So There's Something About Mary could use a nice remastered 4K. I wouldn't be surprised if it did. That movie was a really big hit at its time, and I'm talking about a movie that hasn't aged well. Good Christ. Chris Elliott's character in that movie, especially with the third act reveal of him, is not yeah, wow. When you talked about movies that don't age well, There's Something About Mary definitely is not gonna age well with the modern audience, because that whole movie is kind of dealing with, like, the way men manipulate women, the way men stalk women. There's a lot of that in that movie. There's a lot of that in that movie. Um, oh boy. Oh goodness. But There's Something About Mary. When did that come out? Yeah, that Blu-ray came out in 2009. It was reissued in 2015 and I think 2019, but it's the same disc from 2009. So that 2009 disc is long, probably long out of um out of style. Not out of style, but it's, obsolete, if you will. It was also put out by 20th Century Fox. So that original disc, I think, is out of print. You can probably find the 2015 re-release, no problem. Um, Actually, that's also out of print as well. That's something I do want to tell people. A lot of the 20th Century Fox Blu-rays that came out in the 2000s and the 2010s, before the acquisition by Disney, a lot of those are out of print and sometimes are going to be more expensive than you think they are, especially their deeper catalog stuff. So if you find them for cheap, I would snag them just to have them. Like, even this There's Something About Mary Blu-ray, which doesn't look too great. Um, I would kind of snag it, if you will, unless there's good. I don't even know when there's going to be, because it came out in '98. Yeah, 25 years would have been 2023, and they didn't do anything with it. Um, so who knows if they're gonna release that eventually. And I also don't really know what's going on with Fox's back catalog, when it comes to boutique distribution. Some of them get licensed out, but it's not a lot. Nowhere near as much as, let's say, Universal or that Sony has, or even Warner Brothers. What's shocking me about where do I have it? Where did I put it? Hold on. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Ah, it's over here. Looking right at it. What's shocking me about this, what's shocking me about movies like The Mask and a lot of the stuff like that, like, these are bigger catalog titles from Warner Brothers. I don't know if you guys can see that down here because of the whole focus issue here, but that's the Warner Brothers symbol here on the side. So Warner Brothers has opened up their back catalog with Arrow, and of course they put out their own stuff with their Warner Archive releases, and I'm just surprised. You know what I mean? I want more. If the studios aren't going to put out these things, just distribute them out. Make licensing deals, make some money off of them. Essentially, that's my whole thing. So I don't know what Disney's doing with Fox's back catalog. Some deeper Fox catalog titles we've been seeing getting releases, like, for example, the original Nightmare Alley. That was a Fox title from back in the 40s, I think. And Criterion got their hands on that a few years ago. So I'm hoping we get more Fox titles. A lot of the Fox titles that had um boutique releases through places like Olive Films and Twilight Time. Those are all pretty much out of print right now. I know for a fact they're out of print, and sometimes you can snag them for very cheap. So I would advise people to snag those when you can. And you can look up, who distributed what. Wikipedia will tell you who were the production companies and who were the distributors. Even IMDb will have those details in there. That's how you can know these things. You got to do some inventing. When you have a lot of time on your hands, like I do, you just go down trails of looking up which companies have the distribution rights to which movies. Um, and you find these random facts out that really don't help you out in life unless you're doing a podcast about movie collecting. That's the only way this information works in any regard. But anywho, let's move on from Indicator. Let's move on to actually while we're here. Actually, hold on. I was gonna do. Actually, I may do Kino. Let me go do Kino. So let me go over to Kino's Facebook page. That is where I will find some stuff. Not a lot from Kino. There are some things that dropped today that I don't know if I'm gonna. I'll probably talk about them because they're here. But not a lot from last time. So we left off talking about the Great Outdoors, how that is just got announced and just says coming soon on 4K, brand new Dolby Vision HDR master, but we didn't get a date for that. We didn't get any special features announcements if there are any. We don't even, it could come next year. That's my guess. Um, but but after that, we did get a coming December 16th. Sorry, December 16th will be the 4K UHD of talk about a 1990s guilty pleasure. Illuminated Pro, if you're still listening and still watching, Dante's Peak. Dante's Peak, the 1990s disaster films, those are guilty pleasures. When you've got, like Dante's Peak, I would consider Armageddon a disaster film as well. Twister, of course. Let me see. I got my 4K of Twister right here, which I got recently or a couple of months ago. There's Twister. This is, I mean, they even got, they got cows flying in the air. Man, Helen Hunt and Bill Paxton and Philip Seymour Hoffman's in this. Daylight is another one. That's another disaster film. So Illuminated Pro says Daylight. Yeah. Illuminated Pro says, yeah, I'm here. Dante's Peak. Yeah, I need to revisit that. I watched it for the first time in probably like 25 years. I haven't seen that movie in forever, but I remember it so vividly because I watched it so young and it left an impression on me. Because I watched it so young that I remember just the treachery and chaos of it all, really. So for those of you who've never seen Dante's Peak, it stars Pierce Brosnan. In 1995, Pierce Brosnan had starred in GoldenEye. He was the new James Bond, but then after that, he did other movies too. Like he did Dante's Peak, and then he did the remake of the Thomas Crown Affair, which I think is very good. He was in that, but Dante's Peak was a disaster film where he plays a scientist, and he ends up in this fictional like mountain town of Dante's Peak, and it just so happens to be right next to an active volcano. And I think it's Mount St. Helen. And he ends up going there, and his crew is doing like, they're testing stuff out to see, how active is this volcano, what's the dangers of it, all this kind of stuff. And the mayor of the town, of this small like mountain town, is Linda Hamilton. Linda Hamilton, of course, being from Terminator 2 fame and Terminator fame in general. That's kind of her claim to fame. But anywho, she's the mayor of this town, and this town is like celebrating the fact that, we've built up this town so much, and things are so much better now, and all this kind of stuff. And then the volcano explodes, and chaos just consumes the place. And Pierce Brosnan and Linda Hamilton are stuck in this town. There's ash flowing, there's lava flowing, bridges are getting taken out. They've got these kids they've got to stay safe. They got to protect and stay safe with, and they've got to get out of this town. Anywho, it's a disaster movie. You got to stay safe from a disaster, and that's Dante's Peak. And I remember watching that when I was much, much younger. Like I said, 25 years ago, when I was a teenager. And yeah, I haven't seen it in so long. But it was nice revisiting Dante's Peak. And yeah, some of the special effects don't hold up really at all. Some of the lava flow looks really, really fake and really, really bad. Some of the rock slides as well. But some of the more practical effects still look very good. Like flooding and stuff like that. The driving through the ashen rain and things like that. Those still kind of hold up. And yeah, I thought it was a fun time revisiting this movie. a real fun time. But let's see what we got here for special features because they're putting together a nice little package here. I'm gonna go back to the tab. So it's a 2 disc set, 4K UHD for Dante's Peak. Brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master with 4K scan of a 35mm original camera negative. Audio commentary by director Roger Donaldson and production designer Dennis Washington. This is Dolby Atmos upgrade. Okay, they don't usually do that, but I think this movie calls for it. Nice Dolby Atmos upgrade for the surround sound. If you have the setup, if you don't have the setup, it's not going to really affect you in any way. But disc 2 has the movie with the same new transfer. It's got the same commentary. Then it has getting close to the show making of Dante's Peak, which it's the only special feature on here, but it is an hour long. So it's an hour long making of special feature for Dante's Peak. Okay. So when I said nice little package, you get an audio commentary and an hour long making of. That's kind of it. Better than nothing. Better than nothing, if you will. So that is coming out December 16th, Dante's Peak. Nice little disaster movie from the 90s. Let's see. So we also have another coming soon here. This is the movie Swashbuckler. This is a pirate movie from 1976 starring Robert Shaw, James Earl Jones, Peter Boyle. Beau Bridges is in this film as well. And yeah, it's about as odd as you would think it is with all those people in it. It's yeah, I talked about it because I believe. Let me see who else put it out. Hold on, I was just over on Blu-ray.com. Let me go back over there and see who put out Swashbuckler. I think it was. Oh yeah, here it is. Imprint. Imprint put out Swashbuckler back in March. Okay, back in March. Once again, Kino and Imprint are kind of trading off of I put out this here, I put out this one now, you put out the same one later. They do that back and forth all the time. Unfortunately, for us collectors, the special features are usually different, the audio commentaries are usually different. Sometimes even the transfers are different depending on the when these different companies put out these specific movies. I'm talking about Imprint and Kino. Sometimes Kino gets their hands on a newer, better transfer, better scan, all that stuff. Sometimes Imprint has an older scan and older transfer, and that's what they utilize. Sometimes vice versa. So it really all depends on which one you get whenever you get them. But anywho, Swashbuckler, starring Robert Shaw as a pirate from 1976. Yeah, that's pretty much Swashbuckler. And then we have another kind of, I would say, guilty pleasure as well. From at least my perspective, and that is Harry and the Hendersons from 1987. Harry and the Hendersons is a family comedy starring John Lithgow from like I said, 1987. Let's see, and this was before John Lithgow was doing like comedies, if you will. No, he's always been such a diverse actor. I wouldn't say doing comedies, but at least I was introduced to John Lithgow as a comedic actor because I saw him on Third Rock from the Sun, the sitcom Third Rock from the Sun, which was nominated, I think, for like best comedy every single year it existed. I would love for that show to get a Blu-ray release. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. It's tough for sitcoms to get Blu-ray releases, even modern sitcoms. It's kind of amazing whenever that does happen. It doesn't really happen that much anymore. And this is me going off on a TV show rant once again, but I would love for more classic sitcoms to get Blu-ray releases. They don't. We do have DVDs, which it's better to get something rather than nothing because some shows have nothing. I say this all the time. The show Malcolm in the Middle only has season 1 available on DVD. Nothing else. And they're reviving that show, actually. It's coming on for like a limited, I think like 6-episode revival soon. And it's only season 1 is only available on DVD. 20th Century Fox was one of the first studios to really be like, hey, we're not making a lot of money from TV shows on home video anymore, so we're just going to slack off on it. by slack off on it is that they would start putting out Blu-rays of some of their shows, and then they would be like, okay, these are too much. These are costing too much to make, and I guess they're not selling well, so we are not going to put out the rest of the show on Blu-ray. We're only going to do it on DVD. They did that with their shows Archer. They did that with their shows The Americans. They did that with a couple of other series as well. I'm talking, and that's more, yeah, and they did it with some shows and not others. Like some of their more premium cable stuff, they they hold on, I'm getting a message here. Okay. Uh they for some shows they did and some shows they didn't. For example, their FX series they put most of those out on Blu-ray. I say that ironically since Archer was one of their FX, they did not do that. With but things like The Shield and oh goodness, what's the one with Timothy Olyphant? My mind's completely gone already in the show. The one with Timothy Olyphant, and then they go Sons of Anarchy, they put all on Blu-ray and then all this kind of stuff. But anywho, 20th Century Fox was notorious for like slacking off on TV shows. Um, so that's unfortunate that that was the case, and we're still kind of battling to this day. I don't know how I got on this rant. I'm completely losing touch with myself right now. Um, oh, Harry and the Hendersons. That's kind of what I was going for. Why did I get on a TV show rant? I have no idea. Anywho, Harry and the Hendersons. My introduction to Harry and the Hendersons was actually through their TV series. There was a Harry and the Hendersons TV series. Oh, I know how I got it. John Lithgow starring in Harry and the Hendersons. He was on Third Rock from the Sun. I want a Blu-ray of that. It may never happen. There you go. That's how we got there. But speaking of TV show, there was a Harry and the Hendersons TV series. And we've seen this many times before where a successful movie becomes a TV series. This happens all of the time. It happens straight to this day. Um, Coincidentally, my favorite TV show of all time, Friday Night Lights. Friday Night Lights was a movie, and then they made a TV series um, from it. And there you go. But Harry and the Hendersons, let me check if I can find the TV series on IMDb. I just found, there it is. Yep. It ran from 1991 to 1993. And this was my introduction to Harry and the Hendersons. I don't think anybody from the movie reprised their roles for the show. I'm saying that gingerly because I actually don't really know. Let me see how many seasons it ran. It ran for 72 episodes. It ran for 3 seasons. Yeah. And that was my introduction to Harry and the Hendersons. So for those of you who've never seen and are not aware of what I'm talking about, let me get a synopsis of it. I'm all over the place right now. Okay. Ba-ba-ba-bum. So the Henderson family adopt a friendly Sasquatch, but have a hard time trying to keep the legend of Bigfoot a secret. Yeah, if I remember correctly, yet again, I haven't seen this movie since I was a little kid. Since I was a very little kid, they go on like a camping trip or something like that as a family. Um, and they end up coming across Bigfoot and they name him Harry. And he basically follows them home or they bring him home with them and they try to like keep him in their house and hide him from like neighbors and other people. So because they don't want, the idea that, oh, Bigfoot's real and he's out and he's here. And shenanigans like that ensue. Like I said, I haven't seen the movie in probably 30 years. But all I know is John Lithgow's in it and he's great. Let's see. Yet again, that's something from my childhood. So they are putting out a 4K UHD of it, brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master. They just don't say when. It just says coming soon. So my hope is next year we will get it. And then some other movies here that they just announced today, so I don't really know anything about them, but we'll go over we'll just mention them because we want to move along here. So the movie's called A Man Could Get Killed from 1966, coming soon on Blu-ray, starring James Garner, Sandra Dee, Tony Francioso. Um, let's see, directed by Ronald Neame, who directed Gambit, The Poseidon Adventure. So I don't know anything about that movie. And then we've got House of Cards. It says coming soon, House of Cards. This is a George Peppard film. But this also stars Orson Welles and Inger Stevens. Now I think I have seen this movie. Let me check my letterbox. See. See, I think this is the one. Yeah. Oh, maybe I haven't. Nope, I haven't. This is nope. 1968, George Peppard, directed by John Guillermin. John Guillermin is a director of several movies. He directed The Towering Inferno. He directed King Kong from 1976. He directed King Kong Lives from 1986, which is the sequel to King Kong from 1976. He also directed Death on the Nile. He also directed The Bridge at Remagen, which is really good. He directed Shaft in Africa, which is one of the Shaft sequels. But yeah, that's John Guillermin. So House of Cards. In 1960s Paris, an American boxer stumbles upon an international fascist conspiracy that aims to create a new world order. Okay. I'm intrigued. I think George Peppard's an underrated actor. So that is it from Kino, actually. There's one more from Kino I want to mention, but it's not on their Facebook page. I think it's coming out from Kino Classics. So Kino Lorber Studio Classics and Kino Classics are two different things. Kino Classics put out more deeper cut stuff, like silent films and films from the 30s. And then you have Kino Lorber Studio Classics, which put out, I wouldn't say modern day stuff because they're not. It's still deeper catalog, but not as deep as this. Like for example, do I have any Kino stuff here? Thought I did. But anywho, um, yeah, like Kino. Oh yeah, for example, I have this actually right there, right here. Kino puts out like Wayne's World 2 and Black Sheep, Kino Lorber Studio Classics, and they just put out. We were just talking about Adam Sandler earlier. They put out 4Ks of Billy Madison and Happy Gilmore. So Kino Lorber Studio Classics kind of ranges from studio catalog stuff to deeper catalog stuff, whereas Kino Classics is like deeper stuff. That's where you get like silent films. This right here is a perfect example. This is a Cecil B. DeMille film from 1928. It's called The Godless Girl, starring Lena Basquette, Marie Prevost, Tom Keane, Noah Berry, and Eddie Kean. The release is scheduled to arrive on the market on January 13th. Description: The Godless Girl is the final silent feature by the cinema's greatest showman and moralizer, Cecil B. DeMille, who directed, of course, The Ten Commandments, and other epics like that. Excuse me. Naive teenager Judy leads a godless society at her high school and encourages her fellow students to kill the Bible. A pious schoolmate organizes a mob to destroy Judy's headquarters, resulting in the death of her comrade. Oh boy. The tragedy lands all three teens at a brutal reform school where they suffer institutionalized cruelty and are victimized by one especially barbaric guard. Wow. In the climactic fight, I don't want to read that. That's going to give it away. It says because it was describing the final climactic act of the movie. I'm like, don't put that in the description. Anywho, this has a new 4K restoration of the film, an orchestral score by Carl Davis, and an audio commentary by film historian Anthony Slide. So that is what's it called, The Godless Girl from 1928, the final silent film from Cecil B. DeMille. I need to get more Cecil B. DeMille in my collection. He is one of the like elite classic, film school 101 type of directors, and I've got a couple of his films in my collection. I have a big old collector's set of the Ten Commandments, with Charlton Heston playing Noah and all that kind of stuff. Not Noah, Moses, another biblical figure. Yeah, I got to get more Cecil B. DeMille stuff. Let's see. That is it for Kino. Let me go back to my my notes and see where we're gonna go from here. So let's actually we're probably gonna go over to Imprint. So Imprint's got two double feature box sets coming out. Two. One is better than the other. Actually, one of these films is, I think, great. And I would say, we're talking about guilty pleasures a lot. Um, these are guilty pleasures. I more guilty than anything. But one of these movies is actually really good, in my opinion. So we've got two box sets. One is the Lawnmower Man 1 and 2, limited edition hard box uh, from Imprint collection. Then we have Alligator 1 and 2, which is a 4K UHD plus Blu-ray limited edition hard box set. So the one movie out of these four that I really like and think is really good is the first Alligator film. The first Alligator film starring Robert Forster, I think is really good. There is a 4K UHD release of that from Shout Factory that has the special features done, I think, from our friend Justin Beam over at Reverend Entertainment. He did the special features for that. I think they may have crossed over to here. But anywho, let's talk about these two movies. Alligator 2 is not great. It's not. So let's talk about Alligator. So when a 10-inch baby gator from a Florida gift shop is flushed down the toilet, the ravenous reptile eats the dead corpses of test animals used in hormonal experiments and grows to prehistoric proportions. The massive monster emerges from the secrecy of the sewers to bring the end of civilization as we know it. That's overselling it a little bit. So yeah, and this little baby alligator gets flushed down the toilet and he grows to like 36 feet long and 2,000 pounds and basically starts terrorizing people. Um, that's Alligator. And then Robert Forster is trying to stop him. And I love Robert Forster. And I think he's great in the movie. So we got disc one is Alligator on 4K, the theatrical cut. Dolby Vision 2160p ultra high definition presentation on 4K. Audio commentary by director Louis Teague and actor Robert Forster. And then we've got the second disc, which is just the Blu-ray of the theatrical cut, which is 1080p high definition presentation on Blu-ray, audio commentary by director Louis Teague and actor Robert Forster, the same audio commentary. Everybody in the Pool interview with actress Robin Riker. Wild in the Streets interview with director Louis Teague. It Walks Among Us interview with screenwriter John Sayles. Yes, I forgot to say this. John Sayles wrote the screenplay for this. The John Sayles, in my opinion. The John Sayles, who in my opinion is an excellent writer. Like, he's great. His movies are also really good too. If you haven't seen a John Sayles film, watch Matewan. And yeah, watch Matewan. That's a good one to start with. It's really, really good. He also did the movie Lone Star. He did the movie Eight Men Out. He's a great director and writer as well. I gotta read his books too. He's also written actual prose books. But let's see. Gator Guts, The Great River and Bob interview with Bryan Cranston. Luck of the Gator interview with special effects artist Robert Short. Interview with screenwriter John Sayles, once again. Trailers from Hell filmmaker Karen Kusama on Alligator. TV cut additional scenes. Stills gallery, newsprint ad gallery, theatrical and teaser trailers, TV spots, and additional commercials. And then you have disc 3, which is Alligator on Blu-ray, the TV cut of the movie. So you get two cuts of the movie. You get the theatrical on 4K, get the theatrical on Blu-ray, and you get the TV cut on Blu-ray, which is 98 minutes long. And I don't think it says the theatrical cut how long it doesn't say. But anywho, Alligator 2, The Mutation from 1991. Okay. Deep in the sewers beneath the city of Regent Park, a baby alligator feeds on the experimental animals discarded by Future Chemicals Corporation, nourished by the toxic growth hormones and other mutating chemicals. The gator grows immense in size and voracious in appetite. Now it must kill to survive. It's kind of the same premise of the first movie, except you don't have Robert Forster, and it's more of a B exploitation movie. It's not great. It's kind of forgetful. To be honest, I don't remember the movie at all, and I watched it a few years ago. Don't remember it. 1080p high definition. This is just a Blu-ray. 1080p high definition presentation of the movie on Blu-ray from the Echo Lake Lagoon, director John Hess and Alligator 2, The Mutation. Dead in the Water, special effects coordinator John Egert on Alligator 2. Cutting with Teeth, editor Marshall Harvey on Alligator 2. Become the Hunted, actor Kane Hodder on Alligator 2, The Mutation. Blood Brothers, second unit director Eugene Hess on Alligator 2, and then theatrical trailer, and that is it. So Alligator is great. I would say anybody buy the Shout Factory 4K or buy this 4K, but to be honest, it's only really for Alligator. Alligator 2, like I said, I couldn't care less about. I really couldn't. Good, but anywho, let's move over to the other set, which I'll be honest with both. I'll be honest with all of you. Watching The Lawnmower Man and then watching its sequel back to back was a time. Was a time. Not a great time, but was a time. I'll say this. The Lawnmower Man, the first movie, is better than the second one. And they're also different, but they're also not good. Oh, it's a mess. It's a mess. Okay, this right here starts off kind of lying. It says loosely based on a short story by Stephen King, sci-fi horror, The Lawnmower Man, uploaded to the big screen in 1992, followed by The Lawnmower Man 2 Beyond Cyberspace in 1996. So, a little bit of background story. So, there is a short story by Stephen King called The Lawnmower Man. And this originally, conceptually, was supposed to be an adaptation of that story. It was supposed to be an adaptation of the Stephen King short story. And what ended up happening is they couldn't figure out how to do it. They just couldn't get it to work. They couldn't get the screenplay down and whatever the case may be. So they took a script from the person who became the director of the movie. Who directed this movie? Doesn't say. Of course it doesn't say. That'd be too easy. Oh, Brett Leonard. That's who it was. So it was Brett Leonard and producer Gimel Everett. And I think they took their screenplay, which had a different title on it, and called it The Lawnmower Man. And it was it was a completely different premise. But what they did is they would say, in the marketing of the movie, they would say from from the Stephen King story. They even, in some places, the movie was even titled Stephen King's The Lawnmower Man. They were trying to capitalize on the Stephen King name and the popularity, the notoriety to sell the movie. Stephen King sued them to get his name off of this because it is nothing to do with him or his story. Yeah. So, and he ended up winning that case and getting his name taken off of it. So when they say loosely based on a Stephen King story, it's about as loosey goosey as you can get when it comes to an adaptation. Basically, not at all. Not at all. But anywho, let's get into this mess. So you've got The Lawnmower Man in two cuts. You've got the theatrical cut, which is 108 minutes long, and then you've got the director's cut, which is 141 minutes long. I watched the theatrical cut because I wanted to see, what people watched in the theater back when this came out in 1991. Thank goodness I did, because I don't know if a director's cut would have made this movie better. I don't think so. I'm curious what the director's cut looks like, but I kind of just want to see the scenes that they would have added in versus watching the whole movie, because it's just not good. So let's get into the description and then special features. When a brilliant scientist experiments to perfect a revolutionary virtual reality computer software fails on animals, he finds the ideal substitute, Job, a slow-witted gardener. While the goal is to ultimately benefit mankind, evil lurks and seeks to use the technology to create an invincible war machine. Okay. The movie stars Pierce Brosnan and Jeff Fahey. Pierce Brosnan, of course, we all know, he went on to be James Bond. We just talked about him. He was in Dante's Peak. We know Pierce Brosnan. He plays the scientist in this who is developing this virtual reality simulation thing that does things to people's mind. It's not really quite clear what it does or what it's supposed to do. They're testing it on animals, but it has a negative effect where it makes them aggressive, it makes them angry, it makes them act out violently. Okay. So he wants to pull the plug on this and he wants to switch things up to change things so that this doesn't happen. Makes sense, right? But the evil corporation that he works for doesn't want to do that. Doesn't want to do that. Of course, evil corporation. And I'll say this: this movie has a lot of virtual reality sequences in it. It's 1991. You just got to keep telling yourself it's 1991. This is the CGI of the time. This movie does not have a large budget. This movie is not going to show you anything revolutionary at all. It looks bad, very very bad. It probably looks even worse on Blu-ray. But you got to keep yourself. Like I said, you got to put yourself in the context of the time. It's 1991. Okay, the movie. Um, Jeff Fahey plays this lawnmower man who is who has a mental. He has a mental disability. And so this Pierce Brosnan character basically takes this guy who has mental disabilities and puts him into this virtual reality simulation thing. And what happens is the more and more they go through these treatments, he becomes like intelligent. He becomes, I guess you could say, for lack of a better term, it's going to sound awful, more normal. He's able to have more normal cognitive functions, all this kind of stuff, if you will. Now, I'm just saying like that's the way the movie is. That's the way the movie portrays this as such. And what happens is he gets more and more advanced, more and more intelligent. Um, he starts things start going negative, start going south, if you will. It becomes more aggressive, more angry, more violent. He's getting all the same symptoms as the animals were getting, but he's also becoming more and more one with the virtual reality, more and more ones with the machine, all this kind of stuff. The movie doesn't really explain a lot of these things greatly. It doesn't. Um, I say the best thing about this movie is warning us as an audience members of the negativity or uh, the bad things that can happen with technology when put in the wrong hands, which is something we've seen in movies forever. Heck, that would happen with The Matrix. It would happen with all, other movies down the line that would do this premise so much better. And yeah, that's kind of the movie. It's not great, but the sequel is much worse. The sequel is much, much worse. But anywho, before we get to that, let's get to the special features. 1080p high definition presentation on Blu-ray of the 108-minute theatrical cut. That's on the first Blu-ray disc. Audio commentary by the director and the producer. Like I said, Brett Leonard and Gimel Everett. Cyber God creating the Lawnmower Man documentary. Deleted scenes, archival interviews, edited animated sequences with original music. Original 1992 electronic press kit, conceptual art and design sketches, behind the scenes and production stills, storyboard comparison, theatrical trailer, and TV spots. This movie is kind of like a cult film. It's definitely a cult film. Guilty pleasure to some. I kind of understand. There's a director's cut in here that's much longer. Like I said, we're going from 108 minutes to 141 minutes. That's a significant amount of time. The second Blu-ray has the director's cut, has an audio commentary by the director and the producer. And then the next thing we go to is Lawnmower Man 2 Beyond Cyberspace. So, a little bit of backstory here. So, they wanted to get the original team back together for um the sequel, right? You want to get your original director back, you want to get your original actors back. That was the original plan, and some of them had signed on, and they were just not able to do it. So, Pierce Brosnan, by this point, had moved on to become the new James Bond, so he was shooting GoldenEye. He could not do, he didn't have the time commitment to do the sequel. Okay, so he's out. Jeff Fahey, who originally had signed on to do it, I guess he no longer wanted to do it, so you can't get Jeff Fahey. Ironically, I'll say this: the Lawnmower Man ends on a bit of a cliffhanger, actually, which they try to follow up in the sequel, kind of kind of. They don't do it so well. Um, but they wanted to get the director back as well. The director initially, I think, had written a screenplay for the sequel, and I think he went. What did he go on to do? I'm gonna check his IMDb actually right now. He was too busy, so he couldn't come back as he was directing another movie. What was it? Oh, Virtuosity. All right. Yeah, so he was directing Virtuosity, coincidentally, a movie also dealing with virtual reality. This would be the movie with Denzel Washington as well as Russell Crowe. Um, that movie actually coincidentally just got a 4K release from Vinegar Syndrome. I think last year. Was it last year or the year before? Anywho, it's got a release from them. So the director's doing Virtuosity. So they're down a director, they're down the original actors. What do you do next? Well, they were actually able to get one of the original actors. Okay, they were able to. There was a young boy who was a character in the movie, in the first movie, The Lawnmower Man, and he had struck up a relationship with the Jeff Fahey character. And they were like they were like buddies, right? They were friends. Um, and so they got him to reprise his role, and that was the actor Austin O'Brien. Now that's a name probably none of you know of. So, but for me, Austin O'Brien is an actor I knew in the 90s because he was in a couple of movies that I saw when I was a kid. He was in let me get his IMDb up. I know he was in My Girl 2, but he was in a couple of other things as well. When he became an adult, I think he kind of stepped away from acting. So he's kind of strictly just a childhood actor. All right, so he was the kid in Last Action Hero. He was Danny in Last Action Hero, the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, and he was in Prehysteria, and then he was in My Girl 2. My Girl 2 was a movie I watched a lot as a kid. My Girl and My Girl 2. My Girl 2 needs to get more love on home video. I know there's a Blu-ray, but I know My Girl is the one everybody goes back to. I like both of those movies. Actually, I have My Girl in my collection on Blu-ray somewhere. Beautiful, like 4K transfer by Sony. But My Girl 2, he was in that. And then I think later on in his career, he was on a TV series. Then after that, I think he just moved on with his life. Really, did kind of left acting, came back a little bit, left it again. I don't think he's really been in anything in years. But anywho, he reprised his role in Lawnmower Man 2. What's the garbage title? Oh, Beyond Cyberspace. Um, so it's the movie's also known as Lawnmower Man 2 Job's War. So the character Jeff A's character in the first film his name is Job, right? So this movie picks up and I am shocked this movie was a theatrical film. This movie feels like it was a straight to home video B movie release from the 90s. It's that level of bad. Like the acting's bad, the plot's bad, the special effects are bad. The premise of this movie is kind of nuts. The premise of this movie is not bad, but they didn't have the capability to pull it off. So, Job has become a hostage in futuristic hell. When he discovers a computer chip that can give him the key to ultimate revenge, the battle for world control begins. So they replaced Jeff Fahey with Matt Fuhrer. Not a bad actor. Matt Fuhrer, for me, he was on Max Headroom in the Max Headroom movie and TV show, but he was also in a lot of like Sci-Fi Channel shows and stuff like that. Um, Anywho, if you see him, you probably know him. But anywho, like I said, Austin O'Brien's in the movie. But this movie, for some reason, they decided the first movie is not set in any like dystopian weird future. It's kind of set in modern day. But they were like, oh, screw it. The world of the Lawnmower Man is going to be in this dystopian cyberpunk, Blade Runner esque future, and these kids are going to be living on the streets in like underground subways, like scrounging for food and scrounging to survive. It looked like the world had ended, or there was like a World War III that had happened, and the world is kind of a mess. It's like a Mad Max dystopian cyberpunk future. Yeah, okay, let's go with it. And and the Lawnmower Man is now, like, hooked up to a computer because of this evil corporation once again. Like, there's an evil corporation that, like, found him and is now plugging him in, and then you've got these kids, this gang of kids with this former genius guy who can't act to save his life. I don't know how they casted this man, he can't act at all. The acting is so bad, and yeah, he and this kids team up to, like, kind of save the law no more man, but also fight him, and then also fight against this corporation. I don't know, the movie's terrible. It's so bad. Um, and there's no special features here to even talk of. They didn't even bother to make special features for this movie. It's so bad. Oh, it was so bad. It's the type of movie you watch and then afterward, it drains the life out of you, and you can't watch anything else afterward because it's so bad. And that's the Lawnmower Man too. Oh, Illuminator Pro brings this up. I've never seen Lawnmower Man. I don't know if I could get through the CG. The CG is rough. Even on the first movie, it's rough. On the sequel, ironically, you have 1996 computer graphics now, which are better than 1991 computer graphics. Not much better, but at least it's better-ish. I don't know. It's not good. But My Girl 2, he says, guilty pleasure. There you go. My Girl 2, yeah, I guess you can call it a guilty pleasure. I don't think it's a bad movie. I'm gonna go off here on a little bit of My Girl 2, um, My Girl 2 Love. So this movie, you have Anna Klumsky, the character from the first film. If you know kind of the trauma that she went through, and there you get a little bit of the backstory with her father, portrayed by Dan Aykroyd. He runs a funeral home, and his father, I think, marries Jamie Lee Curtis. I think is the character. Anywho, you kind of get this sense, or you learn that I believe her mother passed away when she was very young, so she never got to know her mother. So My Girl too, she goes on this coming of age story where she goes out to California and to learn about her mother and to learn about what her mother's was as a person. And doing so, she learns about herself and all this kind of stuff. I think she visits her uncle out there. That's how she gets out to California. She visits her uncle, and her uncle is, I think, married to or dating this woman, and who happens to have a teenage son who's around the same age as Veda is, and uh, and portrayed by Austin O'Brien. And he goes off and helps her find out about her mother and stuff and whatnot. It's a really great coming of age story. I think it's great. It pairs up so nicely with the first film. It really, really does. Um, let's see. Have you seen Gold Diggers with Anna and Christina Ricci? I don't think I have. I have not seen it. It's interesting you bring up Christina Ricci. Um, I really like the which is actually, I think it was celebrating some type of anniversary this year. The first Casper movie. I think it's, yeah, because I think it came out in 1995. I say first Casper movie as if there was a second one. Well, there was another Casper movie. What was it? Casper and Wendy? Yeah, I think it was Casper and Wendy. I don't think it had anything to do with the first Casper movie or the one with Christina Ricci, but that movie brings back a lot of memories. That just got a 4K release, actually. That Casper movie, um, was starring Bill Pullman, I think, as her father. Yeah. Um. Oh, let's see. You may want to Google that one. I do want to Google. I'm going to do that after the show. There were two sequels at least. Oh, of Casper? Am I crazy? I'm thinking that I know there was Casper. I think you're right, wasn't there? Let's see. Not Casper Van Dien. Oh, you want to talk about another guilty pleasure for many people? Starship Troopers. Starship Troopers is a guilty pleasure for people, as well as another Verhoeven film. Um, oh goodness, the most Showgirls. Showgirls. That's a guilty pleasure for many people. Let's see. Yeah, Casper from 1995 celebrating its 30th anniversary. That's why that 4K came out from Universal. Excuse me. Mhm. Oh, yeah, Casper and Wendy. Casper meets Wendy. And then there was another one called Casper: A Spirited Beginning. That was 1997. Okay. I didn't even know this came out. Steve Guttenberg is in it? Maybe I did. Steve Guttenberg, Lori Loughlin, Rodney Dangerfield, Michael McKean. Man, they got a cast for this. Holy heck. Dude, Sherman Helmsley is in it. Um, Brian Doyle Murray. Oh, coincidentally, Casper Van Dien is actually in the movie. What a, oh boy. Yeah. Interesting. I didn't know there were two sequels. You learn something new every day. Let's see. If Illuminated Process, if Starship Troopers is a satire, wouldn't that just make it a good film? What is interesting is that I don't think a lot of people know that that movie is a satire. I don't think people know that. So it's based on a book, and the book is a satire about like fascism. It's a satire of fascism. And so the movie is a satire. And I just don't think people know that. And that's what makes the movie actually kind of good is that if you view it as a satire, it makes a heck of a lot of sense. It's now that's a franchise. I've never actually seen the sequels, and I know they did an animated series of that as well, or like a CG animated series. I've wanted to go back actually to read the book and then rewatch Starship Troopers. I have it in my collection in my like sci-fi action section that I pointed to up there. Uh, oh no, I have it in my Verhoeven section. What am I thinking of? I have it in my Verhoeven section back there. I got to get because I think they put it out on 4K a few years ago, and that old Blu-ray was from a while ago, so it needed the upgrade. Let's see, Illuminated Process, Showgirls though, yeah, 100%, it really is. Um, Elizabeth Berkley, Kyle MacLachlan. Ironically, that movie is a remake of All About Eve, which is I think is a phenomenal movie. All About Eve with Betty Davis is an astounding movie. Like it's a like that's an all-time classic. But Showgirls is a remake of that. People don't know that either, actually. This idea of it's not exactly, we haven't it's not exactly a premise we haven't seen before. When you have this older veteran person in their career that's been doing it for years, and then this young protege ingenue shows up and is starting to take their spotlight, and they're feeling the pressure of that. You can take that premise and put it in like various career situations, and you could see it in sports, you can see it in entertainment, acting, theater acting, movie acting, ballet. You can see it in any of those things. I mean, even in Black Swan, there's a little bit of that in there as well. But yeah, All About Eve, all-time classic movie. Showgirls is a remake of that. Yeah, people don't know that. Not to say that that makes Showgirls any better of a movie. I'm just saying like that's what that movie's going for. I think. Um, yeah, Paul Verhoeven, man ahead of his time. A man ahead of his time. Speaking of ahead of his time, where was I? Oh yeah, Lawnmower Man too. Beyond Cyberspace, a movie that thought it was ahead of its time is really just not good. So those are the two from Imprint. You've got Alligator 1 and 2 in a double feature box set, collector's edition together, big old hard box. You've got the Lawnmower Man 1 and 2 double feature limited edition, big old hard box. The best movie of these is Alligator, the first Alligator film. That's kind of the one to watch. The rest, not so much. Although the Lawnmower Man in its theatrical version, I wouldn't say don't watch it because I would say it's something to watch, like, so you kind of have the cultural references to it. Because there's stuff in there with warning us against the dangers of technology, warning us against the dangers of virtual reality and evil corporations. Those are like evergreen type of themes. You know what I mean? Like you've seen those themes before in all kinds of movies. Um, but Lawnmower Man 2, uh, you don't need to see it unless you're curious, unless you just want to watch a bad movie. You want to watch a movie and just kind of mystery science theater it and stuff like that. Or maybe you're just a fan of bad movies. I don't know. Or maybe you even like it. Who am I to say? Who am I to say? But let's move on from there. We're about 2.5 hours in. Let's see what we have here and the rest of the. Let's see. We've done Radiance. We've done Kino. We've done Indicator. We just did Imprint. We still have Arrow to do, and then some individuals, and then we move on to Vinegar Syndrome. Okay, let me do because I want to save the arrow for like the last of the slates because I feel like that's a nice grand finale. And then we'll do the Kinos or the Kinos. Then we'll do the Vinegar Syndrome and their partner labels. Um, okay, so wait, where do I want to go from here? It's always the toughest part. I need like a you know what? Let's talk about the double release from Chameleon because we haven't talked about Chameleon in literally years on this channel, on this on this show. So Chameleon is an Australian company, and we were lucky enough to get a couple of their titles several years ago. And let's see, let me actually. I was gonna pull them off my shelf, but I never did because I completely forgot about it. So Chameleon, back in 2022, they started releasing their first couple of titles. Their first couple of titles were really good, like really good films, good solid releases. They released Summertime Machine Blues. They released Breaking News, and they released where are you? Exiled. Exiled. So Exiled um, both Exiled and um, Breaking News were Johnny Toe films, and Johnny Toe was a director that I learned about while doing stuff here for Chasing Labels, and he's an excellent director. And so they put out more of his work, and they put out Election and Election 2. That was their next release after those three. And those are two Johnny Toe like gangster films. They're really good too. So their new releases here are also Johnny Toe films. You're getting a little bit of a sense of uh bit of a pattern here, if you will. They're putting out Johnny Toe films typically. So they put out two. They put out A Hero Never Dies, and then I think they put out they put out A Hero Never Dies, and then Accident is not a Johnny Toe film. Accident is a Soy Chang film. So I kind of just flubbed that. But A Hero Never Dies is a Johnny Toe film, and it's a really good film. Really great film, actually, from 1998. And Johnny Toe, if you've never seen a Johnny Toe film, um, there's this great movie. I've recommended to everyone anytime I bring up Johnny Toe. Criterion put out this movie called Throwdown, which is excellent. And if you are interested in, actually, coincidentally, right now is the 50% off Barnes and Noble Criterion sale. If you're looking for like a random blind buy and you need a recommendation, check out the movie Throwdown by Johnny Toe. It's excellent. Do I have it here? Let's see. I think it's behind me, coincidentally. Of course, directly. It's actually literally directly behind me, so I can't reach around and get it. But Throwdown is excellent. So I would recommend that for people who are just starting out to give you a sense of his style, because his style is immersive, dramatic, like exhilarating, slow. Some could say it's a slower style, but it's really, really good. But A Hero Never Dies is somewhere in that vibe as well. So the blood-splattered hero film ignited a golden age of Hong Kong cinema in the 1980s, full of outlandish action, mammoth body counts, and plots that might have been hewn out of granite. While Johnny Toe came late to the genre, he gives us one of its most exuberant and unrestrained achievements. Jack and Chow are rival bodyguards whose bosses are engaged in a bloody power struggle that has spilled out of Hong Kong and into Thailand. The two opposing gunmen butt heads, cars, and wine glasses, though they are mirror images, alike in the belief that their destiny stems not from the stars but from the barrel of a gun. Much blood and even more red wine will be spilled in extremes of violence and loyalty. You know the feeling. You have an automatic pistol in each hand, and you walk into a room full of people who need to be shot. Okay, so this description isn't exactly truthful. While yes, this is essentially Johnny Toe doing a John Woo film. It's not super action packed. It's not hard boiled. It's not The Killer. It's not those types of movies. It's Johnny Toe's version of that, which makes them different. which makes them way more introspective, way more stylized, way more thematically rich and thematically deep, way more dramatic. This movie has very little dialogue because it's not about dialogue. It's about this beautiful visual storytelling and this visual style, and there's so much to be gleaned just from the way in which people act with body language and looks and things like that. And this movie is all of that. But when the action hits, it's beautifully stylized. Like Johnny Toe is a masterful director. A couple of his other films that just hit physical media as well is The Heroic Trio, which is another Criterion release, which is a double feature with another film that I can't remember right now. But he is an excellent, excellent director. Like I want all of his movies. I want to consume all of his movies. What's the one? Yeah, so I'm gonna actually look up what the other one is. Let's see, Heroic Trio. Heroic Trio and The Executioners. Okay, there's a 4K of that and there's a Blu-ray of that put out by Criterion. The Heroic Trio is very, very good. The Executioners, different type of movie, still good. Um, they're both directed by Johnny Toe. So yeah, this director is one of my favorite discoveries over the last several years. It's definitely one of my favorite discoveries of doing Chasing Labels. But A Hero Never Dies is, like I said, very, very good. Um, Let me get to the special features. So you've got digitally restored, newly digitally restored. There's a new audio commentary by Hong Kong cinema expert Frank Zhang. A new interview with co-screenwriter Yao Ne Hoi and action choreographer and actor Wen Bun. That's 26 minutes long. Interview with Milky Way image sound designer Martin Chappell. That's 42 minutes long. Okay. Escaping Fate video essay on Heroic Never Dies by filmmaker Zach Kloss. Interview with actor Yo-Yo Mong Kwai. Outtakes, photo gallery, collector slipcase, and booklet featuring a new essay by film writer and programmer Tim Youngs. Okay, so that is the movie A Hero Never Dies. Excellent film. Now, the next film called Accident, I did not get to see, so I don't have much to say about it. But I'll read the description here and to give us a sense of what it is. We typically celebrate Hong Kong cinema for its wild, unrestrained action, but the uniqueness of Johnny Toe's Milky Way project is the way it increasingly searches for abstract qualities within the thriller. This reaches its apogee in Soy Chang's Accident. Drawing comparison with Coppola's The Conversation, the story deals with an unconventional team of assassins led by Brain, whose specialty is to stage manage painstakingly complex hits so that they appear to be accidents. But a brain will only get you so far, and as cracks open up in his oh-so-organized world, the hunter is forced into the position of the hunted, to question the extent to which events in the world are beyond his control, and to face the terrifying prospect that accidents might be more accidental than they seem. Okay, I'm very intrigued by this. Once you start whipping out comparisons to Francis Ford Coppola's The Conversation, you get you my alert antennas immediately go up. Let's see what we have here for special features. We'll have a new interview with director So Chang, audio commentary with film critic Adrian Martin, our friend Adrian Martin, orchestrating coincidence video essay on Accident by filmmaker Zach Kloss, the making of Accident and newly translated English subtitles, with newly translated English subtitles. Photo gallery, collector slipcase, and booklet featuring an essay by the Fanatical Dragon. That's a cool name. A reversible sleeve with newly created and original poster artwork. Let me see when these are coming out, actually. It just says January 2026. Okay. Doesn't give a specific date. But that is two films from Chameleon. From Chameleon Films. A Hero Never Dies by Johnny Toe and Accident by Soy Chang. Or Soy Ching. Chang? I have no idea how to pronounce it. But anywho, those two I want to make sure people are aware of because Chameleon hasn't done a lot of releases, but the releases are very good. Oh goodness, Illuminated Pro brings up the dreaded movie, The Room. The Room is An unspeakable film. Unspeakable in the sense that it's so bad, but also The Room does something that so few films do. Is The Room is the movie I think that you have to show all young filmmakers in film school, people who are trying to become filmmakers on their own, trying to learn on their own, because the movie teaches you how not to make a movie. The Room teaches you everything not to do. How not to write a script, how not to write dialogue, how not to make a movie. That's what The Room teaches you. That's the movie's greatest asset. The movie what's also kind of great about the Room is it's gotten such a cultural following that people watch it and it becomes a communal experience. It becomes something that people rally around and people are able to get together and do and watch together. And that's kind of what movies are really about, isn't it? Watching movies and loving movies, there is a communal experience about it where it can connect people. To be honest, that's what's connected me to a lot of people that we've met here through chasing labels, through the love of collecting movies, the love of watching movies, the love of talking about movies, whether they're good, whether they're bad, whether they're, they're old, they're new, English language, non-English language, whatever the case may be. Movies can bring people together in various ways. They can also obviously divide people. If you've just been on the internet in the last decade, you know what I'm talking about. Every single day, people are fighting over movies and what they think and what people's opinions are and all this kind of stuff. But movies do have a beautiful thing to where they can bring everybody together and connect people all around the world in all walks of life. Not to get too poetic about it, but let's see. Let's move on from Chameleon film, shall we? That's A Hero Never Dies. That's the movie Accident. I do want to bring this up. There, coincidentally, let's stay geographically in this area of like Hong Kong cinema in this area. And let's go over to Shout Factory because Shout Factory is obviously not dead. They're still announcing things. They're still announcing things, and the rumors of their demise have been greatly exaggerated, or whatever the saying is. So they've got a few releases here, two of which I want to talk about. Actually, there's a third one here, maybe. Um, Now I got to figure out where to go. So with Shout Factory's website no longer being in existence, I guess I have to go over to Groove.com to see if I can get some more information about these sites because let's see. There they are. um, because the Blu-ray.com write-up of the announcements don't give me any details about the releases, and I need some details here. So let's see. Let's see. So we've got the movie Bullet in the Head. Now this is a John Woo film from 1990. This is coming out January 6th, 2026. And let's see. We've got so the description. In 1967, on the way to the wedding of a friend, a young man is accosted by a local gang member. Later, the three friends administer justice in the process of which the gang member is killed, and they leave Hong Kong to avoid the police and the gang. They run black market supplies to Saigon and get embroiled in the war, ultimately becoming captured by the Viet Cong. So, the Vietnam War. Um, their friendship is tested to the limits as they try to escape. Okay, so I've not seen this John Woo movie yet. That's why I don't have much to say about it. But for special features, 4K scan from the original camera negative presented in Dolby Vision, optional English subtitles newly translated for this release. There's an audio commentary with film critic Frank Zhang. There's a festival cut of Bullet in the Head, alternate boardroom ending. Okay, first of all, Groove.com, I need you to listen to me. I need you to listen up. You've got to better format these special features here because all they did was put them in a paragraph together and none of them are separated by punctuation or bullet points. So I don't know. So these are all running into each other here. Okay. This needs to be better organized. Let's see. Festival cut of Bullet in the Head, alternate boardroom ending. Alternate boardroom ending, Brilliance with a Bullet, interview with director John Woo. It says Head Case, interview with actor Waisley. And then there's Army of One, interview with producer Terrence Chang. And then there's Apocalypse Wu, interview with editor David Wu. Then there's Tumultuous Times, interview with production planner Catherine Law. And then there's Hong Kong Confidential, Inside Bullet in the Head with author Grady Hendrix. And then there are trailers, and then there's an image gallery. If you go to groove.com right now and go to their Shout Factory section and click on Bullet in the Head, and then scroll down to their special features, it's just a blocked paragraph where all the words are running into each other with no punctuation or bullet points, and it's not organized at all. So we got to fix this because this is a mess. Hopefully I separated them enough to where people understand what I'm saying, but yeah, they're not separated in any way. So this is a 4K UHD release. You can pre-order it now directly from here, but let me go over to the other John Woo release that I actually did get to watch and do want to talk about. Let me see, where can I find it? Yet again, this site is an absolute mess. Holy heck. Okay, I'm gonna have to actually search for the old-fashioned way. Basically, I'm gonna have to type it in the search engine. Once a Thief. It's called Once a Thief. Let's see. Once a Thief, and this movie stars Chow Yun-fat. So yeah, Once a Thief. Let's see. Once a Thief is an action comedy romance movie involving the plight of three master thieves. All three were raised by the same father as street orphans after a successful art heist followed by a pledge to make it the last crime ever for the trio. The plot revolves around the theft of a mysterious cursed painting and how its obsession affects the family. Okay, this is a mess of a synopsis. It's a mess. So yes, this movie is like an action comedy romance about these three people who all grew up together. They're all partners in crime, if you will, and they're all raised by the same person. They're all raised to be master thieves, and they're going to pull off this, I guess, this one last heist, and complications ensue, and all kinds of stuff go on. All right, so let's get to the special features in this paragraph of messy nonsense. Good Christ, what am I looking at? So 4K scan from the original camera negative presented in Dolby Vision. Optional English subtitles, newly translated for this release. There's an audio commentary with James Mudge, Hong Kong film critic at Eastern Kicks, handling a heist, interview with director John Woo. Thoughts about thievery, interview with screenwriter Clifton Coe. Stealing some shots, interview with cinematographer Poon Hang San. Interview with producer Terrence Chang. Interview with editor David Wu. Interview with one of Leslie Chung's producers, Hong Kong Confidential. Inside a Thief with author Grady Hendrix. Once a Star, always an icon. Film critic Frank Zhang on actor Leslie Chung. Archival interview with actor Kenneth Tsang. And then a theatrical trailer. Okay, hopefully all of you figured out what the heck I was talking about. Like I said, no dividers here on any of the special features. It's just all one blocked paragraph, no punctuation, no nothing. I'm frustrated. I like things to be organized and ordered. I have a lot of OCD when it comes to things like that, where I have to have things laid out separately, so you know how to do it, especially here for Chasing Labels. I want to make things as easy for me as possible and as clear for those listening and watching as well. So this is coming out on January 27th, 2026. 4K UHD release, region A, but I'm pretty sure it's region free. So recently we've been seeing that people have been getting their copies of Hard Boiled as well as The Killer and other, Hong Kong movies that Shout Factory has gotten their hands on and are starting to put out now. I'm personally waiting for the Arrow releases to come out. That's what I'm waiting on. Just to see what the difference is going to be in terms of special features. Arrow does a better encoding than I would say Shout Factory does. that's a technical thing when it comes to their video releases and whatnot. I won't go down I won't go down that road, it's too much. I'll just say this, it's yeah, I'm just waiting to see what their releases are going to be, and when they're going to happen. We've gotten, I think, 1 or 2 of them so far being announced, and we'll wait until, the other ones come along as well. But that is it for Scream Factory. That's about it I wanna talk about. Oh, yeah, that's it, just those 2 releases, that's enough. Uh, and then let's see what I have here for special feature what we have here for other stuff. Let's see. Da, 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 da. There's one BFI release I wanna talk about, and then I think that is and then the Arrows, and then we'll move on to Vinegar Syndrome. Oh, no, there's a Hammer release and a BFI release. So let's see if I can track down, um yeah. So the BFI video release, they announced a bunch of really, oh, of course. Um, they announced a bunch of them, but I wanted to make sure to mention one specifically that would probably be most interesting to people. See if I can find info on it. So it's called Cinema Expanded: The Films of Frederick Wiseman. Well, I'm trying to find out where I can, because Blu-ray.com doesn't have anything on it yet, and neither does the BFI Facebook page, so I've gotta go look for it. Um, Ba-ba-ba-bum. Ah, okay. Okay, that's not helpful at all. Alright. Okay, there's not none of this is, oh, maybe this will save me. Why is there no, like, I need details? Okay. Okay, finally I found it, okay. I had to search for this thing low and high, I couldn't find any information on it. I could find people, like, posting about it, like, I found, like, "Here's the picture of the box set," and I'm like, "Great, what are the movies in it?" You know, et cetera, et cetera. I need some details. So, BFI will release Cinema Expanded: The Films of Frederick Wiseman Blu-ray box set in the UK this January. The three-disc collection brings together 5 of Wiseman's early documentaries from 1967 to 1975, restored in 4K by the Zipporah Films and presented in high definition. The release includes a video essay, a film discussion, and a perfect bound book with newly commissioned essays and archival writings. Okay, now here are the documentaries. So, the documentaries are Titicut Follies from 1967 that runs 84 minutes, High School from 1968 running 75 minutes, Hospital from 1970 running 84 minutes, Juvenile Court from 1973 running 144 minutes, and then Welfare from 1975 running 167 minutes. Okay. Now, special features and book. The extras include a video essay by Ian Montagnon and Frederick Wiseman, a discussion from 2025, a conversation between filmmaker Andre Luca Zimmerman and curator Matthew Barrington recorded at BFI South Bank. The accompanying Perfect Bound book features essays by David Jenkins, Eric Marsh, Stephen Mamber, Philip Concannon, and Sean Glennis and Arlen Golden, plus a 1986 interview with William Brain and a 1974 Sight and Sound essay by Thomas Atkins. Okay, I wanted to make sure to include this here in my notes because I know uh, people were buzzing about this. People were very excited that the BFI was putting out these documentaries. And these are obviously very culturally specific documentaries. That's what these are. And I think I may have saw one or two of these in a film course at some point, or back in my film school, well, not even film school days, just taking film course days. Um and yeah, I want to make sure to include this. This is actually something I was really interested in. So Cinema Expanded, the Films of Frederick Wiseman Blu-ray box set coming out in January from the BFI. Okay, now also, what was the other one that I wanted to talk about? Let's see, that's the wrong direction. Oh, the Hammer one. Yeah, okay. So Whispering Smith hits London. That's the Hammer release. Yeah, it's a 4K release actually. So Whispering Smith hits London. Let's see. Hammer Films has revealed that it plans to release on 4K Blu-ray and Blu-ray Francis Searle's Whispering Smith Hits London, also known as Whispering Smith vs. Scotland Yard, from 1952, starring Richard Carlson, Greta Gint, Herbert Lom, and Alan Wheatley. The release is scheduled to arrive on the market later this year. Well, it's October. You don't get much later. Well, I mean, it's November. You don't get much later than that. Um, a film unseen for decades returns from the shadows. Experience the exclusive first look at Hammer's long-lost noir. Whispering Smith Hits London, now painstakingly restored in 4K from the original negatives. Before Hammer became world-renowned for horror, the studio was already mastering crime and suspense. Richard Carlson stars as Whispering Smith, an American detective whose London visit takes a darker turn when he's drawn into a suspicious death. This restoration revives an essential chapter in early British noir, presented in a new 4K Blu-ray and Blu-ray collector's edition, with both UK and US cuts, newly mixed 5.1 audio, and extensive archival material. Now, I don't think they've listed off the archival material. There is a trailer for it for the 4K restoration. Obviously, I think the one I watched was not the 4K restoration, so this is probably going to be revelatory. But I always love to spotlight like lost films, like films that have just been either lost or not really taken care of, not really put into any type of high quality release or been really taken care of at all. So I thought this would be kind of nice to mention. Plus, Hammer, like I said, just put out their Curse of Frankenstein box set, big old collector set. So I thought it'd be nice to kind of follow that up with another 4K set called Whispering Smith Hits London. All right, now let's talk about Arrow, shall we? So before we do that, let's see. Um, let's see. Bum. Illuminator Pro says, What time do you crash out these days?" I'm assuming you mean sleep. Well, I'm up all night. Um, um, I'm up till dawn. I live. For those of you listening, those you don't know, I live kind of like the reverse schedule of what people's traditional schedules are. Um, yeah, I'm up all night and sleep all day. While most people are up all day, sleep all night. I have the reverse schedule. That's kind of just been the way I've been operating for years. That's kind of the way my life's been able to operate. I know it's not traditional. I know not everybody approves of it, but everybody walks their own path in life. Everybody does their own thing. I had some late nights recently, been trying to save it. Understandable. Let's see. What is your fave classic Disney animated film? No Pixar. I mean, is it too easy to say The Lion King? The Lion King is such an all-time classic. We rewatched it recently for Movies Down Memory Lane, and it's still so good, so good. The Hans Zimmer score, um, the themes in there for a movie that's so short, it's so filled with just great themes and great stuff. Um, if you talk about pre-Golden Age, because the Golden Age of Disney was from like 1989 throughout the 90s. Um, I love the Rescuers and the Rescuers. Well, the Rescuers Down Under is kind of still kind of like Golden Age, so I love those. Uh, the Great Mouse Detective, I think is really great. I really love the Great Mouse Detective. Let's see what other early stuff. There's a lot of I don't know. There's something interesting about pre Golden Age Disney animated stuff. It's so unpolished and so raw, and you can kind of tell that they're trying things that are different than later on, where in the 90s everything is so polished, and of course Pixar would come in. You look, computer generated stuff, which is always so polished. I like kind of the grittiness of like 80s and 70s Disney. It just feels different. It feels like a completely different studio, and in many ways it is. In many ways it is. Um, yeah, that's why I love the Don Bluth animated stuff, Secret of Nim, An American Tale, Land Before Time. Um, even I always say this, one of the movies that traumatized me for life is All Dogs Go to Heaven. Those movies, those movies like the childhood trauma pack. you know, it, they really are. They really, really are. So let's see. I got that Curse of JB says I got that Curse of Frankenstein 4K. Lucky you because I keep seeing it on like Diabolic and Orbit DVD, and I really, really want it because it looks so good. And I have Curse of Frankenstein on Blu-ray. I have the Warner Archive 2-disc Blu-ray, and I know Warner Archive is put like I said earlier, they have the 3-disc 4K they just put out. But man, that box looks so good. That box looks so good. But even the Warner Archive 4K looks so good. Like it like I heard it looks fantastic. Illuminated Pro says Rescuers is cool. Mouse Detective kills. Yeah, the opening of The Great Mouse Detective is dark as hell. Like that opening is so damn dark. Plus, you've got Vincent Price as Ratigan. I love Vincent Price. So, you know what I mean? So that's a bonus. Let's see what else we've got here. So, was watching 101 Dalmatians yesterday. That movie is a foundational film for me in so many ways. Um, my goodness, like yeah, you go even back like pre-70s Disney. I think that came out in the 60s. 60s Disney is also interesting. 101 Dalmatians, I watched that movie over and over and over as a kid on VHS, and it's one of the foundational films for me as a dog lover. You know what I mean? As a movie, as somebody who's just I follow so many like dog Instagram and TikTok accounts and all kinds of stuff like that. And, my dog was my best friend in real life. Really, situations like that. But a lot of the foundation of that was watching 101 Dalmatians, was watching Homeward Bound and movies like that. There's a lot of things that are formative to you as a child that you don't really realize until you become an adult. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the things you watched and experienced as a kid do stay with you and do inform, your feelings as an adult. It doesn't happen for everyone, but it does happen for many of us. Um, yeah, so 101 Dalmatians. I think about that movie a lot. That's another one where I need to get it in my collection in some way because I haven't had it since VHS days. There's a lot of Disney things I want to get in my collection just to have because you're not gonna have Disney Plus forever. There's gonna be a time when maybe that goes away or maybe that just becomes unfeasible. Whatever the case may be. So you want to have these. Also, discs are also not permanent, which also kind of sucks. So yeah, I 101 Dalmatians. What a classic. Also, this reminds me to bring this up every single time I talk about this. When I was younger, they would play with our emotions. They would be like, I would see commercials. It's like, get 101 Dalmatians before it goes into the vault and you'll never get it again. And, it goes into the vault one last time, something like that. And I remember seeing those commercials and I'm like, are they're going to take the movie away? I mean, how do they do that? Understanding now as an adult, it's just a marketing scheme just to get people to buy more copies of 101 Dalmatians. They're not going to put the movie, lock it up, Oh man, just weird marketing things from your childhood. But let's talk about Arrow. Speaking of things from I guess yesteryear, we've got a couple of older stuff here. Things that I actually this first one was something that I had never seen up until now, but maybe people had saw it in their younger days. So let me read off all of these, and then we'll get into them. So we have the January batch of Arrow releases. We have Under Siege from 1992, Snakes on a Plane from 2006. We have The Assassination Bureau from 1969. We have City Slickers from 1991. We have Evil Dead Rise from 2023. That's, I'm going to talk about that. That's interesting. Cheap Thrills from 2013, and then Wasera, the Bone Woman from 2022. So Under Siege. I was actually talking with my friend Steven and producer here at Chasing Labels, and my former, podcasting partner here on Chasing Labels yesterday. How I had never really seen any Steven Seagal film. I didn't grow up watching Steven Seagal movies, and I never really had any interest of seeing any of his movies as an adult. And yeah, so I watched Under Siege for the first time for Chasing Labels. So, action icon Steven Seagal serves up the signature brand of bone crunching justice in Under Siege, the ultimate 90s action spectacle from director Andrew Davis, co starring Tommy Lee Jones and Gary Busey, at their most unhinged. Yeah, I can say so. When a gang of mercenaries hijack the USS Missouri during its farewell voyage, their plan is simple: steal the ship's nuclear warheads and hold the world to ransom. But they've overlooked one tiny detail: the ship's cook. Unfortunately for them, Casey Ryback isn't just any cook, he's a one man army with a taste for mayhem. So, um, Steven Seagal is working as a former Navy SEAL that's been demoted to being a cook on a submarine, or I don't think it's a submarine. It's a battleship. It's a battleship, and they happen to have like nuclear warheads on this battleship. And Gary Busey takes it, and Tommy Lee Jones take it over, and Steven Seagal has to save the day. That's basically the movie. Um, and yeah, it's got all the 1990s action cliches that you could possibly want. So, new 4K restoration from the original camera negative by Arrow Films and approved by director Andrew Davis, Dolby Vision and HDR on the film as well, original lossless stereo audio and brand new Dolby Atmos mix. Let's see, we have English subtitles for the deaf and hard of hearing, a brand new audio commentary with the director and writer J.F. Lawton. I'm on a boat with a bomb, newly filmed interview with director Andrew Davis. One of the guys, a newly filmed interview with actor Erica Eleniak. Tight Ship, a newly filmed interview with actor Damian Chapa. Introversion Files, a newly filmed interview with visual effects supervisor William Mesa. And theatrical trailer, reversible sleeve art, collector's booklet, coming out January 6th here in the US and January 5th in the UK. And that's coming out on Blu-ray as well. So you can get it in 4K or you can get the Blu-ray. Then we have a a cultural. You want to talk about? We talked about what did we do? We've been talking about guilty pleasures. Snakes on a Plane. Holy heck! This movie has had a cultural staying power for one line of dialogue, and that is Samuel L. Jackson being fed up with fighting snakes on this plane. He's just absolutely fed up with it. And yeah, this movie is fascinating because I remember when it came out in 2006 and it was a cultural hit back then. And even to this day, you see people quote the movie, you see people reference the movie, you see clips of it on TikTok, on Instagram, on other social media, all kinds of stuff. And it's a movie that has a plot, but nobody remembers what the actual plot of this movie is. All you remember is that there are snakes on this plane that are making a mess, making a mess. Viral sensation before even finished shooting. There you go. Snakes on a Plane was one of the first major Hollywood films shaped as much by internet buzz as by studio edict. Yeah, basically it's one of those movies, like I said, it has a cultural staying power based solely upon people talking about the movie and just talking about one aspect of the movie. Stuntman turned director David R. Ellis, who directed Final Destination 2, delivers a delirious high concept thriller that gleefully melds the disaster movie with creature feature excess. Samuel L. Jackson is FBI agent Neville Flynn, escorting a key witness in the case against a ruthless crime lord on a commercial jet from Hawaii to Los Angeles. That's the premise of the movie. This movie's been out for almost 20 years, and I've never seen anybody actually talk about what the premise of this movie is. No one references the premise. The actual premise is that Samuel L. Jackson is escorting a witness uh, to testify against like a crime lord. Like that's like the opening uh, act of the movie. Like the first third of the movie is that, and then the rest of the stuff that we know of comes out after that. So what happens, but at 30,000 feet, justice takes a backseat when the mobsters unleash a writhing cargo of venomous snakes into the cabin, with passengers dropping like flies and the cockpit uncompromised. Flynn and a ragtag band of terrified travelers are forced to enter a flight for survival against nature's deadliest stowaways. So yeah, they put like boxes and boxes of deadly venomous snakes in the cargo hold, and someone gets on the plane and unleashes them in the hopes that they're going to kill this one guy who's supposed to testify against this mobster. And they just don't care that it's probably going to kill like a bunch of other people and probably cause this plane to crash. Like that's the movie. and it's outrageous. Um this would make a good double. I almost said this would make a good double feature with Deep Blue Sea, but I feel like Deep Blue Sea is a better movie. Deep Blue Sea is another guilty pleasure, I think. But it's a better movie than Snakes on a Plane. It really is. But yeah, what a blast from cultural past. Um, let's see. Let's see what we have here for special features. So, 4K restoration by Arrow Films, Dolby Vision HDR presentation of the film, original DTS HD master audio, optional English subtitles for deaf and hard of hearing, brand new audio commentary by critics Max Every and Brian Reisman, archival cast and crew audio commentary featuring freaking everybody. You got Samuel L. Jackson in there. You got the producers. You got the director. You got visual effects supervisor. You have second unit director. Everybody's in here. Then you have Snakes on a Page, brand new mini documentary exploring the movie tie-in novelization phenomenon. Didn't know that was a thing. Didn't know that. I didn't know there was a movie tie-in novelization of Snakes on a Plane. Our bunny Johnny Pomato does a lot of that stuff. Pure Venom, an archival feature on the making of the film, featuring interviews with the cast and crew. Meet the Reptiles, an archival featurette on the work of snake wrangler Jules Sylvester and various snakes featured in the film. Visual effects, an archival featurette on the use of CGI to bring the snakes to life. Snakes on a Blog, an archival featurette on the online hype surrounding the film prior to its release. Snakes on a Plane music video, making of the music video, gag reel, trailers, TV spots, Easter eggs, image gallery. There's a South Pacific Airlines safety instruction card. Nice. Collector's booklet featuring new writing by Daniel Burnett and Charlie Brigden. US and Canada street date January 13th, UK street date January 12th. Okay, so Snakes on the Plane. Also, you can also buy it on Blu-ray or 4K, whichever format you prefer. So, The Assassination Bureau, I've talked about twice here on Chasing Labels. So, it's a movie starring Diana Rigg and Oliver Reed. It's like uh, a dark comedy caper film, and it's really great. But I've talked about it before, so I don't know if I'm going to talk about it now. Um, yeah, don't really have. This is see, London 1908, when feisty journalist and women's rights act. Yeah, so Sonia Winter is the character in the movie, played by Diana Rigg. She uncovers the headquarters of the Assassination Bureau, and the Assassination Bureau, I think, is run by Oliver Reed, and they get into some type of shenanigans, if I do recall. I haven't seen the movie in like 3 years. Um, yeah, basically, like she, yeah, they get into like she makes the Assassination Bureau basically try to kill Oliver Reed, who also runs the Assassination Bureau. So it's a little, yeah, it's a little weird stuff in there. Um, yeah, so I talked about that before here on Chasing Labels, just in the interest of time. City Slickers. This is fascinating. So City Slickers has has been released in a special collector's edition back in 2018 from Shout Factory. So I want to see who put this out originally. Because I have an old Blu-ray of this, which I rewatched in tandem. Let's see, from my Blu-ray's from 2011. That was put out by MGM. Okay, it's an MGM title. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me go back to where I was. Okay. Yeah, so there's a special edition Blu-ray, like I said, put out by Shout Factory in 2018. So that's why I thought this was a little bit interesting. Oh god. Okay. Um, but let's see. From director Ron Underwood comes City Slickers, the hilarious, heartfelt modern comedy western that became one of the most beloved films of the 1990s. Mitch Robbins, Billy Crystal, is disillusioned New Yorker on the verge of a midlife crisis, along with his two best friends, Ed and Phil, portrayed by Bruno Kirby and David Stern. Uh, and they sign up for the ultimate getaway, a 2-week cattle drive across the rugged landscapes of New Mexico to Colorado. Trading their desk chairs for saddles, the trio quickly discover that wrangling cattle under the watch of the grizzled trail boss, Curly, who's portrayed by Jack Palance, who I referenced earlier, is a lot tougher than they ever imagined. So this was my first time ever hearing who Jack Palance was. And I remember when this movie came out in 1991, I remember renting it on DVD afterward, I think at my local rentals. It was either the rental store, or so we had Major Video here. It was Major Video, that was our local like chain, and then of course every chain got taken over by Blockbuster at some point in the 90s. So I don't know if it had got taken over by Blockbuster yet, or if it was still Major Video. But either way, I rented the VHS, and that's how I watched City Slickers for the first time in the early 90s at like, I don't know, 5, 6 years old, whatever the case may be. And then I never owned it on DVD, but I had the Blu-ray obviously from 2011. But I hadn't seen this movie in like since I bought the Blu-ray back in 2011. So I hadn't seen the movie in 14 years. But it's still fun. It's still funny. It still has some universal truths in there about midlife, about men having midlife crisis. Billy Crystal is still funny. David Stern, Bruno Kirby, Jack Palance is as rugged as ever, doing his best like John Wayne rugged as hell impressions. Um, yeah, it's fun. But let's see what we have for favorite special features. Original lossless stereo audio and optional DTS master 5.1 surround audio. Wow, that's a lot of audios in there. Let's see. Audio commentary with director Ron Underwood and actors Billy Crystal and Daniel Stern. Go Cowboy, a newly filmed interview with director Ron Underwood. Top of the Class, a newly filmed interview with actor Robert Costanzo. Country Bumpkin, a newly filmed interview with actor Kyle Secor. Escape to the Country, a newly filmed interview with actor Josh Mostel. Back in the Saddle, City Slickers Revisited, an archival behind-the-scenes featurette. Bringing in the Script, Writing City Slickers, an archival interview with Billy Crystal and the other screenwriters. A Star is Born, an ode to Norman, an archival interview on how Norman's birth was filmed. Yeah, no, Norman is a calf. That was uh, that Billy Crystal's character goes through a whole scene where he has to assist in the birth of a new calf. The Real City Slickers, an archival featurette where guests share why they chose a working ranch for their dream vacation. Deleted scenes, theatrical trailer. There's a booklet with writing on the film by Barry Forshaw. Okay. So yeah, City Slickers is like a classic 90s comedy. There was a sequel, City Slickers 2, which like many sequels from from the 90s, doesn't get as much love as the original, at least when it comes to physical media. City Slickers 2 did get a Blu-ray release, but not until very, very long after the original did. I want to say City Slickers 2 just got a Blu-ray release in 2021. Yeah. Yeah, 2021 in the US and 2022 in the UK. So yeah, not much love for City Slickers 2, which is called The Legend of Curly's Gold. Let's see. Let's see some other comments here. Illuminator Pro asks, nearly at 1,000 subs. You pumped? I've been trying to get to 1,000 subs. That's been a goal of mine for like 10 years. I don't think people realize this. I've been doing the YouTube thing since like 2016. So I've been trying to get to 1,000 subs ever since then, and I've been stuck in the 900s, like between like 960, 970, all this time. You just get stuck sometimes. Sometimes that just happens. But yeah, I've been doing this YouTube stuff for a very long time. I've been trying to get to that 1,000 sub mark, and slowly but surely we're gonna get there. Slowly but surely we're gonna get there. Yeah, and I'll be really happy when that happens because then I can tell people, I've got 1,000 subs, as if like that's a lot. But come on, when you're a small channel like we are, any goal you celebrate. You know what I mean? When you're a small creator in any fashion, I feel like you need to celebrate every single goal, no matter how small it is. What is your favorite kind of bonus feature? I go for commentaries. Um, commentaries are I think commentaries are the most essential. Like I feel like every release should come with a commentary. That's what I personally want. But I really like the behind the scenes featurettes. I like seeing the way the movies are made. I like seeing the way the movies are done in the production. Like especially movies that are like stop motion animation. I love seeing them like making the the different animatronics, the different puppets, the claymation stuff, all that kind of stuff I think is really cool. Um I love seeing like the B-roll stuff. I love seeing like behind the scenes stuff of people getting their makeup done, people setting up shots for lighting, of the director setting up shots, saying action, saying cut, stuff like that. I look because at my heart, I've always wanted to be a filmmaker. So anytime I can see people doing the filmmaking process. It's an educational thing for me. It's what I love. That's why I love like really deep, behind the scenes production type of special features. That's my thing. Let's see. What's my go-to movie snack? I probably go for a charcuterie board. That's a little fancy. That's a little multifaceted for me. Basic popcorn, popcorn and soda. I know it's boring, but that's kind of my go-to. Um, you know, I'm I'm diabetic, so I've been trying to stay away from things like candy and things like that. I've staying away from that for years. Um, to kind of, so your blood sugar doesn't crank up. You know what I mean? So I've been trying to stay away from that, but it's mostly popcorn and soda. I know, boring, traditional. Um, I typically don't eat while watching movies. Eat in the sense like I don't sit down and have dinner while watching a movie. So I know a lot of people can do that, but to be honest, I don't like to eat. Like this is where I watch my movies. This is the couch. There's a TV in front of me. You can kind of see the surround sound speakers behind me sometimes. Um, and obviously the movies around me. So I don't like to kind of eat to get crumbs everywhere and grease stains on the remotes and stuff like that. Or God or goodness, you may drop some crumbs and then the bugs show up. I think about all these things all the time, and I'm like, how do I avoid that? Okay, I just won't eat here. I'll eat at the dinner table, and then I'll watch, separately. But popcorn's okay. Um, things like that. I know, kind of boring. I like to let's see. Illuminated Pro says I like to make my own popcorn, Amish kernels, and popcorn salt tossed in olive oil. Nice. I don't think I've ever done that. Traditionally, of course, I've gone with the microwavable popcorn, and smart food popcorn traditionally as well. Um, I've also recently I talked about it a little bit on on Watch Pile and Movies Down Memory Lane, where I've gotten into kettle corn, where there's a local place here that makes really good kettle corn, and they sell it at the local at the the supermarkets, so you can buy it there. So I've been buying that lately, and it tastes very good. I do like I just talked about being diabetic, but I do like caramel corn, Cracker Jacks, if you will, or during the holiday times, at least here in the US, you get the big tin tubs that have the three different popcorns in it. You got the regular like buttered popcorn, the cheesy popcorn, then you get the caramel corn. The caramel corn in those is always really, really good. Sometimes I like to save the tins because they've got like different designs on the outside. Like I think last year they had like a Star Wars one, or a couple of years ago they had a Star Wars one, or they'll have ones for with Charlie Brown, the Peanuts, and Snoopy and stuff like that. It's decorative, if you will, but traditionally I'm a popcorn type of guy. Um, that's been my thing for years. Even when I've gone to the movie theater, popcorn with butter and and soda typically. Also because concessions, they're pricey. They're still pricey. They were pricey years ago. Now they're even more pricier now. Let's see. Yeah, the Illuminator Pro says the tin sounds so good right now. It is about that time, isn't it? Where they start releasing those. They're only in the stores around the holiday times. That's the only time I see them. That you can get those, and they sell them everywhere. They sell them at like convenience, well, maybe not convenience stores, but like pharmacies, like a I don't know, depending on where you are in the country. Like up here, we have Walgreens, CVS stores. They sell them there. They sell them at supermarkets. They sell them at like Walmarts. They sell them at other stores and whatnot. But it's only this time of year. Only this time of year. Um, yeah, and people give them as gifts and stuff like that. I've gotten them as gifts before. But let's see what else Arrow's got for gifts specifically. So Evil Dead Rise. I don't. So Evil Dead Rise is the yeah. Evil Dead Rise is the most current Evil Dead movie. This is straight from Warner Brothers. So this is a deal straight from Warner Brothers because they're the ones who I think have the rights to the Evil Dead movies. I'm trying to actually think now. Do they have the rights? Hold on. Yeah. Um. So this is the most and I know they're doing another Evil Dead movie is in the works. Let's see. So Evil Dead Rise, yeah, because they came out in 2023. The Blu-rays and the 4Ks were put out by Warner Brothers. Okay, so Warner Brothers has the rights. So this is part of the Warner Brothers deal that Arrow has. This has got to be the newest movie from Warner Brothers catalog that Arrow's gotten their hands on. That's why it's surprising so much. This movie just came out 2 years ago. This isn't exactly an older catalog title like The Mask or some of the other ones that they've been putting out. This is or like Outland, which they just put out. That was a movie from the 80s, and that was a Warner Brothers movie from back then. This is fascinating. Um, so yeah, I'm pretty sure many of you have seen this movie. If you're an Evil Dead fan like I am, now this is the different. So there's like two kinds of Evil Dead movies. There are the darker, more horror, more violent, serious, scary Evil Dead movies. Then there are like the horror comedy Evil Dead movies, which is what Evil Dead is mostly known for. Mostly what Evil Dead is known for is the horror comedies. You have Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, you have Ash vs. Evil Dead, the TV series that ran for three seasons several years ago, ended on a gigantic cliffhanger and was canceled. Damn you. But that's kind of the two things. So, and then the first Evil Dead movie, darker, more serious movie. Then you have the Evil Dead 2013 movie. That's one of the bloodiest movies you'll ever see. It's raining blood in that movie at one point. And then you've got Evil Dead Rise, which is more in line with the 2013 movie. So yeah, there's a lot of Evil Dead to go around, but this movie, I don't even know if I have to read. So I'll read this. Um, Beth's surprise reunion with her sister Elle is interrupted by an earthquake that shakes the foundation of her apartment complex. Amidst the rubble, Elle's kid sister discovers Elle's kids discover a secret vault hidden in the basement, inside which they find an ancient book bound in flesh. It's the Necronomicon, and inked in human blood, the Necronomicon. As the building's residents are possessed one by one, and the evil rises floor to floor, family get together becomes a fight for survival. Yeah, it's Evil Dead in an apartment complex, pretty much. I thought it was really good. I really, really like this movie. Yet again, I really like the darker, more serious, more, like I said, violent, scary Evil Dead. I have no problem with obviously Evil Dead 2. Recently, on our most recent unwatched pile, we did a kind of a list of what we would do for a movie horror Halloween movie marathon, and I had Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness on mine as like a back to back viewing. So obviously, I have no problem with it. But this is an interesting direction for the franchise. So for special features, Dolby Vision HDR presentation, which I think we got on the initial 4K. Let's see. Audio commentary with director Lee Cronin and actors Alyssa Sullivan and Lily Sullivan. Excuse me. Come Get Some, a brand new interview with actor Lily Sullivan. Mommy Deadite, a brand new interview with actor Alyssa Sutherland. The Deadite's Daughter, a brand new interview with actor Gabrielle Eccles. The Levitating Dead, a brand new interview with actor Anna Marie Thomas. Conjuring Deadites, a brand new interview with special makeup effects designer Luke Pulte. Chopping Up Deadites, a brand new interview with editor Brian Shaw. Sonic Possessions, a brand new interview with sound designer Peter Albrechtston. Music to Swallow Your Soul, a brand new interview with composer Stephen McKeon. The Sound of Evil Dead Rise, a 2023 interview with Lee Cronin, uh, and Albrechtston. Let's see, Raising a New Evil Dead featurette. Ghost Train, a 2013 short by director Lee Cronin, behind the scenes video clips, and still gallery, concept art gallery, storyboard gallery, trailer, and TV spots. Needless to say, this release has way more special features than the studio release. The studio release had nothing. Zero, zilch, nothing. No bonus features are included. And I remember at the time, us fans, who were fans of collected editions and physical media, were pissed because it had nothing in the way of special features. Nothing. Um, I really wish that um, at the time we would knew that this would come out in 2 years. So let me see if I don't think I have any soda left. Anywho, they so this is a super deluxe release of Evil Dead Rise. So if you don't own the movie already, I would recommend this release. Even if you do own the movie, I would recommend this release because the original release had nothing in terms of special features. Now, if you don't like the movie, obviously don't get it. But yeah. Next, we have the movie Cheap Thrills. So this is an interesting movie. Fired from his job and facing eviction, this might be the worst night of Craig's life. While drowning his sorrows in a bar, he runs into Vince, a childhood friend he hasn't seen in years. Their reunion takes an unexpected turn when they are approached by Colin and Violet, an eccentric and wealthy couple with a strange but simple offer: complete a few dares for cash. Sounds like an easy payday at first. As the stakes rise and the dares become ever more twisted, Craig and Vince are pushed to their physical and moral limits in a warped contest where only one can come on top. So, starring Pat Healy and Sarah Paxton from The Innkeepers, alongside Ethan Embry and David Koechner, and marking the audacious debut of director E.L. Katz, Cheap Thrills is a tense and darkly hilarious look at the road from desperation to recklessness to savagery. I don't think it was funny. This movie's not fucking funny. Excuse my language. This movie's not funny. This movie's dark, depressing, serious, and just messed up. So what happens is you have Pat Healy's character and you've got Ethan Embry, and they're old buddies. They haven't seen each other in like 5 years, and Pat Healy's character just lost his job. He's going to get evicted from his apartment. He's got a wife and he's got a young son, like a baby actually, and um, he's desperate for money. He's desperate for cash, and Ethan, and then he meets up and he meets Ethan Embry, and then there's David Koechner and Sarah Paxton, and they're like this uber rich couple. You can kind of understand, kind of get the sense of what this movie's thematically going for. They're uber rich, like they've got money to burn, like you wouldn't believe, right? So they basically just, so Ethan Embry and Patty Healy's character enter this game with this super rich couple of like dares, and like if who completes the dare first, or who completes the specific dare earns money. Like, hey, insult this person and I'll give you $100, or hey, punch this bouncer and I'll give you $500. And things go up and up from there to the point where it becomes more violent, it becomes more agonizing, more desperate, more morally depraved, if you will. um and it just goes to show you, like, how much will people do for money when they are desperate enough. And also, it also is a commentary on, like, the super rich messing around with people, who they deem as less than them, who they deem as less than them because they have less financial stability than them. And they can just do those things because they're so rich, they're bored. And when they're bored, they can feel like they can do anything to kind of, entertain themselves. And yeah, the movie's got a lot of thematic stuff going on in there, and I thought it was really good. Came out in 2013, was kind of an indie movie of the time. But here we go with special features: high definition transfer, original DTS, HD master audio, and DTS HD Master 5.1 audio. That's what I should say. Brand new commentary by film critic and author Alexandra Helen Nicholas. Our friend here on Chasing Labels, audio commentary with director E.L. Katz and actor Pat Healy. With Friends Like These, a newly filmed interview with director E.L. Katz and producer Travis Stevens. Money Talks, a newly filmed interview with actors Pat Healy, Ethan Embry, David Koechner, and Sarah Paxton. Double Down, a newly filmed interview with writers Trent Haga and David Ciccirillo. Ketchup, Cheese, and Fake Blood, a newly filmed interview with special effects and makeup artist Hugo, oh boy, Villaseñor. Vital Heat, the making of Cheap Thrills. Cheap Thrills, a fantastic film festival 2013 archive featurette theatrical trailer. Cheap Shots, a gallery of photos taken by Sarah Paxton's character Violet as seen in the film. On-set production photos, reversible sleeve, featuring original and newly commissioned artwork, double-sided fold-out poster, collector's booklet. Yeah. And yeah, so that movie's coming out January 27th. That's a US only release. Then you've before we get to the next one, let's see. Any comments? Let's see. Illuminator Pro says, "Do you watch any reaction channels like Cinebridge, Cat Watches Horror, and Jim and Yem?" I do not actually. I do not actually. Sometimes I will find people on, like you're just kind of scrolling on, like, TikTok or X or um Instagram, and sometimes I come across them, but not really. I don't. Um, but I've watched people react to stuff for years, so it's not like I'm definitely not against it. um, um, I always wish that I could never figure out actually how to do that technology myself. So that's a bit of a skill thing. But yeah, no, I don't watch reaction channels too much. Sometimes I do watch people who react to watching a movie for the first time. That's always kind of fun, especially if it's a movie that you've seen before, and so you know what's coming, and sometimes you know that, oh, the person has no idea what's about to happen. Like, for example, like, I love watching people watch, like cultural touchstone films for the first time, like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, stuff like that. And it's like it brings me back to, like, damn, I wish I could rewatch these again. You know what I mean? Because just to relive that magic and to see other people discover that magic for the first time is kind of great. It really, really is. Let's see. How do I like being a night owl? I both love it and hate it at the same time. I love it because I love, being able to do things without being bothered by people. I don't like being around people. I don't like interacting with people a lot. It's a whole big story behind that, whatever the case may be. But I like being able to live by my own schedule, do my own thing, not be beholden to, people asking me do this, do that. I can eat whenever I want. I can watch a movie without anybody like walking in and being like, "Hey, what are you watching?" Or or the worst thing is when like you're watching something, or you're engaged in doing something and someone walks in and just starts talking to you. And it's like, do you not have an awareness of seeing me doing something? Like, you know what I mean? Like I'm here doing something. You see me doing it. Um, that always bothered me. Um, yeah, stuff like that. I like the idea of isolation and being alone, but then I also, you miss being able to talk to people about things that you're seeing or you're witnessing. You know what I mean? I've, I've seen many a great movie late at night, like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and then there's just no one to talk about it with. You know what I mean? So you kind of miss out on that. Um, yeah. So it's both good and bad. I've been doing it for so long that I'm just used to it. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, gotcha. It seemed like I gotcha. It seems like when I try to be social, pure chaos ensues most of the time. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. I definitely feel that. We talked a little bit because Illuminator Pro. You should check out our episode that we just did on movies down memory lane of perks of being a wallflower, because we talked a lot about being socially um behind the times with other people, being a social wallflower, being somebody who didn't interact a lot at a specific time. um it's a very interesting, we talked about a lot of interesting things during that episode because the movie is exploring so much introspective thoughts and ideas, and being kind of socially stunted, if you will. And I think a lot of those things, not only do we explore them during our teenage and adolescent years, but those things do translate into our adulthoods. They really, really do. Um, and yeah, we talked about that a little bit. Let's see. Illuminated Pro says, yeah, that's a good movie. It really is. And revisiting it, um, you know, 13 years after it came out and being incredibly struck by it back in 2012, and then rewatching it now in 2025, being 13 years older and still being able to see a lot of myself in that movie. And was a heck of an experience. Really a heck of an experience. Um, let's see. Let me move on to the next movie that we got here from Arrow, which is the last one. That is Wasera, the Bone Woman. Valeria has always dreamed of becoming a mother, but when she finally discovers she's pregnant, a creeping sense of unease takes hold of her. As she prepares for her baby's arrival, she's plagued by terrifying visions and an eerie presence that only she can see. With her loved ones dismisses her, which when with her loved ones dismissing her fears and her past life pulling her in an unexpected direction, Valeria is forced to confront a chilling truth that threatens to consume her completely. So this is an interesting. We just talk about introspection. This movie is entirely introspective about a first-time mother who's living the anxieties of parenthood or potential parenthood or upcoming parenthood in a haunting, visceral way. This movie is kind of a lot of those movies that are similar to that. I'm thinking of we need to talk about Kevin. I'm thinking of Tully, the Jason Reitman film. I'm thinking of The Babadook, which is another movie dealing with parenthood. Um, there's a lot of those movies that are deeply thematic, where all the themes are about the impending doom of parenthood. David Lynch's Eraserhead is a chief among them. This movie is a lot closer to that movie than any of the other ones I just mentioned. But the this movie is fascinating, really fascinating. It's a slow type of introspective, burn, deeply thematic movie, but man, it's exploring some deep, real life stuff. Because being a parent, while I do not have any experience of it myself, I see people, I'm observant of people, I'm aware of how deeply, um, tough it is to be a parent and the anxieties that go along with it, the fears that go along with it, the responsibilities that go along with it are monumental. And that's why, uh, I don't know how people can do it. I really don't know how people can willingly do it. That's another thing that's a whole different philosophical idea and sociological idea, being willing to take on though that level of responsibility. Do you know what you're doing? Is the question I always kind of have. Like, it's no joke. It's not easy. Even from the very beginning, it's not easy. It I still think it takes a very specific type of person to be a parent and to specifically be a good parent, because it's not so much being a parent. Anybody can kind of be a parent. You know, the physical act of becoming a parent is is a natural part of life for humanity. But to be a good parent, it takes a whole other set of mindset. Yeah, it's a whole school of thought and discussion that can be had about it, specifically in the modern times, really, because I feel like being a parent 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, different than being a parent now. You know, things times change rapidly. So this movie with Sarah the Bone Woman is all of those anxieties and fears are all manifesting in a very real world, frightening way. And that's what the movie's about. So I think the movie's rather good from that perspective. And the filmmaking I thought was really good too. So we have a high definition presentation of the movie, original DTS HD Master 5.1 surround sound audio, optional English subtitles, brand new interview with with film critic Kat Ellinger, internal anguish and images of womanhood, a brand new video essay by film critic uh, Anton Bittel, and then theatrical trailer, image gallery, reversible sleeve, collector's booklet, etc., etc. Coming out January 26th, and I think this is a UK release only. But of course, you can get it here through the various retailers, Diabolic, Orbit DVD. You know where to go. You know what to see. Um, yeah, that is it from Arrow. Just let's run it down one more time. Um, Under Siege, Snakes on a Plane, The Assassination Bureau, City Slickers, Evil Dead Rise, Cheap Thrills, and Wesera the Bone Woman, all coming out this January. Now let's go over to the grand finale of it all. Vinegar Syndrome dropped their announcements on the 1st of the month, November 1st of 2025. For those of you listening in the future, that is where we currently are, at least as of this recording. So they, of course, are prepping up for their upcoming Black Friday sale, which happens traditionally every single year on Black Friday weekend. And they had some pre-orders you could get into this past around last time, around the time these were announced. Those obviously are away, and some hidden titles, and we got some traditional titles here that I don't think will be shipping till Black Friday. But let's go through them. So we'll start with the Vinegar Syndrome proper, and then move over to the partner labels. I, I'm gonna breeze through these a little bit just for the sake of time and the fact that I'm hitting the 4 hour mark and I'm extremely tired. This takes so much out of me. So much dread. Let's see. Let's see. Bum. We're just gonna mention Kevin. Yeah, what we need to talk about Kevin. So much dread. Yeah. Um, let's see. Back to Vinegar Syndrome. So we've got. Christ Almighty. Um, Vinegar Syndrome Ultra. So their VSU line, which is a line that I've got a few of their releases from, is putting out the Garbage Pail Kids movie. We'll get to that in a second. We will. Um, let's see. They're putting out and that's a 4K release of that movie. Oh God. Uh, there's a 4K release of Timecrimes. So Timecrimes, I think got an Umbrella release. Hold on. I think got an Umbrella release a couple of years ago, and that was a cool movie. Let's see. Yep, it was Umbrella back in 2024. Okay, so not years, but a year ago. So we've got those two movies. That's a 4K release of Timecrimes. What a twisty movie. Then we've got a collection, if you will. It's a Blu-ray collection of Shaw Scares Volume 1. I think there's like 3 movies in there. We'll go through that. Then we have Cinematograph, which their newest release is going to be a 4K UHD of At Close Range, the film starring Sean Penn and Christopher Walken. Good movie. Good movie based on a true story. Then we've got from Vinegar Syndrome's Pink Line, the films of Hiseyasu Sato, Volume 2, An Area on Gazes slash Love Zero equals Infinity. All right. And then there's another sub label here called Reviver, and this is a mystery title. I don't think they didn't announce what this is. It's just it's a mystery title. The Reviver sublabel releases lost films and missing movies found within the Vinegar Syndrome film archive. Each is a mystery box of archival curious scan from their best surviving film elements and screen programmed by Vinegar Syndrome archivist and vault manager Oscar Bescher. In the spirit of the hunt for lost films, each limited edition also includes a 1 in 10 chance of featuring holographic variant sleep artwork. Purchases of Reviver releases directly fund archival expenses and day-to-day mainstreams of the film archive. Well, that's kind of cool. But needless to say, it's a mystery box of a release, so you don't really know what you're getting. Chances are you're not going to know what the movie is. If it's from the deep Vinegar Syndrome archives, you're not going to know what the movie is. But okay, let's get it out of the way. Let's talk about it. One of the worst movies I've ever seen, and one of the worst movies one can say ever made, if one wants to go that far, is the Garbage Pail Kids movie. It's notoriously terrible. And it does live up to um its reputation as such. So for those of you who don't know what the Garbage Pail Kids is, so the Garbage Pail Kids is a franchise that started in the 80s, I think around 1987 or so, and it was supposed to be a satire of the Cabbage Patch Kids. So the Cabbage Patch Kids were, of course, the super famous, super popular toy doll that people would fight people over to get in the stores back in the day. And Garbage Pail Kids uh, is a satire of that. So they're very much the opposite of like the cutesy, precious Cabbage Patch Kids. They're like the gross alternate version of them. And they were a franchise, if you will. Remember there were Garbage Pail Kids it's unwatchable. Yeah, Illuminated Pro says Timecrimes is cool, which it is, and then the Garbage Pail Kids is unwatchable. Oh goodness, it is. We talked about like guilty movie pleasures or guilty pleasures of movies. I'm sure this is one for many people, but man, it's not even a movie. It's just nonsense. It's just something you put on just to have on. It's so nonsensical. And I guess not every movie has to make sense. I'm talking nonsensical in the way like there's nothing in there like that's interesting. Like it's just so bad. But to be honest, it's also true to the art. Like, this is what Garbage Pail Kids is or was. If you do any type of research on the Garbage Pail Kids, this is pretty much what it is. Um, and I can say that for a lot of other things that get live action movie adaptations. Like, this is what the property is. You know what I mean? And so you can't really fault it for that. And you can say that with the other things. Like, for example, not this isn't a one-to-one comparison, but the Flintstones movie from the 90s, the one starring John Goodman and Halle Berry and Rosie O'Donnell and Rick Moranis and all that kind of stuff. Like, as goofy as that movie is, that's another guilty pleasure, by the way. Illuminated Pro, the Flintstones movie from the 90s, that's another one for me. I love the Flintstones. I love all those old Hanna-Barbera cartoons. But even another one would be the Scooby-Doo movie, the one done by James Gunn from like the early to mid 2000s. That's another guilty pleasure movie. But anywho, um, that movie, like what a live action Flintstones movie would look like, is exactly what that movie is. Like that's how goofy, campy, over the top, and weird it would be to have the Flintstones in live action. Like that's it. Um, another more recent comparison, and people kind of like didn't get it, is the Rob Zombie Monsters movie. That is literally what the monsters would look like in the movie form. I mean, we got monsters movies in the past, so like for the tone of the Rob Zombie Monsters movie, it's exactly the tone of the show, which was live action. It's exactly the tone of the monsters movies that we got. So it's like, why would this movie be different than those things? You know what I'm saying? So it's like I kind of get it. I kind of understand why the Garbage Pail Kids is the way it is because that's what it is. You know what I mean? Um, Yet again, not everything translates. That just goes to show you, not everything translates from one medium to another, and we see that with comic books. We've seen that with Marvel and DC and Dark Horse and Image and all kinds of other comic books. And sometimes you can't translate things directly from one medium to another. It just doesn't work. Um, and I would say that's the problem with the Garbage Pail Kids, other than the fact like the movie's plot is terrible and the acting's bad and whatnot. But just like them themselves, like that's what it is. But man, I'd never seen the movie before. I had only ever seen clips, and watching it for the first time, I'm like, oh, okay, that's why everybody like hates this movie. That's why everybody hates this movie. Um, it's yeah, it's nuts. But Vinegar Syndrome, if anybody was going to give this a 4K UHD release and a VSU release, it was going to be them. It was going to be them. Um, I needless to say, like, I'm not going to begrudge people who buy it, but it's obviously I'm not going to. Like, if anybody cares, they made 8,000 units of it, so there's plenty enough of them to go around. The VSU releases in general are very nice from Vinegar Syndrome. They are nice deluxe releases. Um, the movies themselves may not always be great, but yeah, they are. So yeah, based on the popular Tops trading cards, the Garbage Pail Kids movie captures the irreverent and gross out humor of its source, mixing obnoxious gags with painstakingly disgusting makeup effects, courtesy of John Carl Buechler, who did Reanimator, Tammy and the T-Rex. Vinegar Syndrome Ultra is proud to present the world UHD premiere of one of the grossest movies ever made for children. From a yeah, I guess it's a children's movie. From a 4K scan of the original 35mm camera negative, giving every ounce of fluid and every wrinkle of latex the resolution it has always deserved. Oh man! But for special features, like I said, 4K presentation of the movie in Dolby Vision. Good Christ. Newly scanned and restored in 4K. Commentary track with the lead actors. Tangerine Dreams, a brand new interview with actress Katie Barbary. Anything is Possible, 26-minute brand new interview with special effects and animatronics artist Hal Miles. The effects of the Garbage Pail Kids movie, an archival interview with special effects creator John Carl Buechler and makeup effects artist Gino uh, Craniali. Let's see. On the set, an archival interview with the first assistant director, Artful Dodger, and an archival interview with actor Mackenzie Aston. The Kids Aren't All Right, archival interview with actors Arturo Gill and Kevin Thompson. Original trailer, 40-page perfect bound book. Yeah, that's the Garbage Pail Kids in 4K UHD. That's Vinegar Syndrome for you. Timecrimes. Timecrimes is a cool time travel movie. I talked about it here before on Chasing Labels, but we'll give it a little look-see here again. Let's see, there are 7,000 of these being made, so there's plenty to go around. Here. Let's see, Hector lives with his wife, Clara, in the peaceful Spanish countryside. One day, while relaxing in their backyard, Hector spies a woman removing her clothes in a nearby forest via his binoculars. Once alone, he travels to her location to find the woman naked and presumably dead. He is attacked by an unknown bandaged man, causing him to run further into the forest, where he stumbles upon a top-secret research facility, which happens to be home to a time machine. Upon meeting El Jovan, a scientist in control of the facility and its machine, Hector travels back in time 1 hour, operating against Alhoven's wishes, and Hector leaves the facility, setting off a series of events with increasingly dark sequences. Yeah, I don't want to give away anything else. It's got time travel, and it's got an interesting use of it. That's all I want to say. It's pretty good movie. It's from 2007. Cool concept, well executed. If you love time travel movies, sci-fi, stuff like that, you'll dig this. This is getting a 2-disc release, a 4K and a Blu-ray. 4K presented in Dolby Vision, newly scanned and restored in 4K from the 35 millimeter DI negative. I think that's digital interpositive negative, maybe. Anywho, brand new commentary track with writer-director Nacho Vigalondo, moderated by Justin La Liberty. Brand new commentary track with writer and broadcaster Alexandra West. Archival commentary track with Nacho Vigalondo. Bigger Than Me, a brand new interview with the director. Again, rewind, repeat, revisit, a brand new essay by film scholar Dr. Valeria Villegas, Lindvall, and Emre. Alternate chronological edit of Timecrimes. Making of Timecrimes, the makeup of Timecrimes, archival cast and crew, interviews, footage from Timecrimes promotional internet game. That's 33 minutes long. Wow, that's a lot of footage. Let's see, 7 minutes and 35 seconds de la Mañana, an Oscar-nominated short film from 2003 by director Nacho Vigalondo. They got the Spanish trailer, they got the English trailer, 40-page perfect bound book. Yeah, Timecrimes is cool. Check out Timecrimes if you've never seen it. It's a cool movie. Next, we've got the box set of Shaw Scares Volume 1. So these are Shaw Brothers films that are horror films. And let's see, it's a 3-disc set, got a 40-page perfect bound collector's book with essays, newly translated English subtitles. You have Sex Beyond the Grave, Hell Has No Boundary, and then Haunted Tales. And Haunted Tales is, I think, an anthological movie. It's got 2 parts to it. Just for the sake of time, I'll just kind of not really talk about them because I only really saw one of these movies anyway. So it looks like the first movie is newly scanned and restored in 4K. There's a commentary track by Sam Deegan. The second movie also restored in 4K. Commentary track by Asian expert Frank Zhang. To Hell with the Devil, an interview with screenwriter and assistant director Lawrence Chang. And then Haunted Tales. Yeah, then Haunted Tales is also restored in 4K. Commentary track with Lance Sheeby and Erica Schultz of the Unsung Horrors podcast, adapting Liminal Home into Haunted Tales, an interview with screenwriter Alex Chung and Teddy Robin. Okay. And these movies range from, let me see, do I get the date on these? Let's see. 1984 for the first film, 1982 for the second film, and then 1980 for the third film. So that, yeah, 1980s Shaw Brothers films are always dark and weird. Sci-fi horror-ish, that seems to be their thing. So let's go to At Close Range. Because this is the one that I'm actually most interested in getting out of all of these. This is probably the one I'm going to eventually get. Because At Close Range has gotten a couple of releases over the last few years. Let's see. So At Close Range had a Twilight Time release in 2015. It had an MVD release in 2022, and now has a 4K release from Cinematograph, Vinegar Syndrome here. So that's 3 releases in the US, all within the last decade. So we've got that. There's a release by Arrow in the UK on Blu-ray in 2024. And there is a 2 releases actually in Australia, which is the imprint releases from 2020 and then 2021. All right, so this movie, like I said, it's gotten a lot of releases over the last few years. Let's go and see what we have here for At Close Range. If you've never seen this movie before, I do highly recommend it. It's a dark movie, though. It's dark. Let's see. Big Brad Whitewood Sr., portrayed by Christopher Walken, is the leader of a rural Pennsylvania gang of career criminals, and his son, Bradford Little Brad Whitewood Jr., portrayed by Sean Penn, is an unemployed teenager who decides he wants a taste of his father's flashy lifestyle and the power that comes with it, embarking on a budding life of crime with his brother Tommy, played by Sean Penn's real life brother, Chris Penn. Little Brad gets arrested, sparking a tense showdown between father and son, and their family and friends who get caught in the middle. So this is actually based on a real gang. Could you hold on for 1 second? I've got to get my water, which is right over there, because I'm out of soda and yeah, I had to walk over and get my. Usually, I put my water in right on the desk, and I completely forgot about it. So let me see. Like I was saying, At Close Range, really good film, dark film. You're dealing with not only familial drama, you're dealing with crime drama. Well, Christopher Walken is scum in this movie. He is such awful, awful guy. Why Sean Penn's character wants anything to do with him, I'll never know. He's really, really bad in this movie. He does some dirty, dirty stuff. Um, it's yeah, it's not it's like I said, a dark movie. But let's see what we have here for special features. It's directed by James Foley. Now, James Foley, if I do recall, directed Glenn Ross. I think that's him. I'm thinking of the same person. He did direct Glenn Ross. Let's see. Bum. He also, I think, directed the last two 50 Shades of Grey movies, but we won't hold that against him. He also directed one episode of the Hannibal TV series. That's a great show. He directed one episode of Twin Peaks. A bunch of Madonna music videos. In the midst of directing At Close Range, he directed a bunch of Madonna music videos. Anywho, that's James Foley. Let's go over to the special features for At Close Range. New audio commentary with film historians Bill Ackerman and Jim Lazowski. Archival audio commentary with director James Foley. Moderated by film historian Nick Redman, recorded in 2015. So that would be the commentary that was on the Twilight Time release. Yes, that's what that is. Hillbilly Lucifer, a new video interview with actor Christopher Walken. Wow. Yeah, this is worth getting just for that. Because they weren't going. Oh, hold on now. I almost spoke too soon. So, Controlling Your Destiny, a new video interview with actor Sean Penn. All right. I didn't think they would be able to get Christopher Walken and Sean Penn to do new interviews for this. Casting Badasses, a new video interview with casting directors Risa Brahman Garcia and Billy Hopkins. Let's see. In Blood, It's Blood, Don't Break It. New video essay by film historian Chris O'Neill, our buddy Chris O'Neill. Let's see. Archival interview with composer Patrick Leonard, recorded in 2020. Crime in Pennsylvania, the real Johnston Gang, an archival interview with former reporter and author of Jailing the Johnston Gang, Bruce Maude, recorded in 2020. Badlands, short location video of key geographic locations of actual events. And theatrical trailer, new essays in the booklet as well. And yeah, this is a good release. It's a good release. Yeah, the cinematograph releases are generally really good releases. I have a few of them, and this is which number are they up to now? This is number 26. Yeah, I've got like 5 of them. I'm so far behind in getting them. I usually wait until they're on sale. That's why, and they're hardly ever on sale unless it's like the Black Friday sale or halfway to Black Friday sale. I just got Go Fish actually, which is really good. But anywho, that's it for the Vinegar Syndrome proper titles. So you've got the Garbage Pail Kids in 4K VSU release. You've got Timecrimes in 4K. You've got Shaw Scares. You've got At Close Range, and you've got interesting thing. Yeah, I know I'm missing one. I know there was the Pink Line one that's not here anymore. Oh no, there it is. It was off the screen. Okay, so I didn't really watch any of the movies in the Pink Line one, so we'll skip that for now. We'll skip that because I didn't watch any of those movies. So and for the interest of time, we'll go to the partner labels because there's always a ton of partner label stuff. And plus, I'm over I'm over 4 hours, and this is gonna be maybe this will be a record breaker for Chasing Labels episodes at this point. We do have some other comments here. Acres of Movies is here to show some support. Thanks, Acres of Movies. Fun program. Acres of Movies ask, would you rather go on a dark ride for Blazing Saddles or Spaceballs? Spaceballs. Damn right, Spaceballs. Uh, hopefully they make that Spaceballs a sequel good. Will you see Miles Teller in the movie Eternity? Hold on, well, yeah, because I just saw him doing press. I just saw him doing press for some movie he's coming out with. Let's see. I used to be a big fan of Miles Teller. I thought he was going to be a huge rising star. Then I heard he's not really a good guy. And yeah, for the movie Eternity. And now this the movie, the David Frayne movie. I'm probably gonna check this out. It's Miles Teller and Elizabeth Olsen. Divine Joy Randolph is in the movie. Okay, so I'm automatically interested because of that. Yeah, I'm probably gonna give this movie a watch. It's called Eternity. So the answer will be yes. Yeah. Let's see. What recently announced commentary are you most excited for? That's tough. We went over so many commentaries. Um, there's a what did we just see? There's a Kat Ellinger commentary on, I think, with Sarah the Bone Woman. Anything that Kat Ellinger puts effort into or puts her name on, I'm automatically interested in that movie and in that commentary. She's been on in Chasing Labels twice, and her work is phenomenal. Her work is extraordinary. Um, yeah, so that's something I'm actually interested in because that movie is so central to parenthood and parental themes and stuff like that. And I know that she is a parent, so I'm curious about what the introspection or what a parent would have to say about that movie. With Sarah the Bone Woman. I saw that movie streaming on Shutter. That's where I watched it. Let's see. What do we have here? So Illuminator Pro Alt Edit is going. Let's see. After watching this live stream, I feel better about life. I just got out of a relationship and I was struggling. Thanks. Oh, JB said, "Yeah, you're welcome." Sometimes you need something that's outside of outside of what's going on in your life, and you need an escape. Essentially, what you need. And if it's interesting that you mentioned that because I've utilized YouTube channels, individuals here on YouTube to find an escape as well. You know what I mean? So if I can kind of be that for someone else, or if this channel could be that for someone else in any way, then hey, that's always a positive thing. That's always a positive thing. Um, yeah, that's always a great thing. Why not? Because that was kind of my always original idea with chasing, not even with chasing labels, but with just doing YouTube stuff in general. Is I wanted to be helpful to people in many ways. You know what I mean? Not only with collecting and with movie knowledge and with movie education and all that kind of stuff, but just in general, because not only is this a hobby for many, but it's also people, it's very close to people's lives. You know what I mean? So it should be a positive thing. And talking about movies gives people the ability to kind of, talk about something they love. Yeah. So you're well. So yeah, my pleasure to do that. No problem. Let's see what else we've got here. Partner label. That's where we were. Let me get some water here because I am parched. So we've got a whole host of partner label titles here from Vinegar Syndrome's website. To me, this is the bread and butter of Vinegar Syndrome. The partner label is where I found such gold of movies. So I didn't get to see all of these. I only got to see some of these. There's a lot of them. I just got overwhelmed with so many movies to watch and talk about here. So I'll go through some of the highlights for me and maybe give some recommendations for people and whatnot, like I usually do, because there's just so much. So let me at least lay them all out there for people. So from Shudder, we have the Advent Calendar. From Umbrella Entertainment, we have The Chain Reaction, which is different than another movie they just put out called Chain Reactions, which is a documentary about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Um, so this is a different movie than that. But yeah, just same similar titles. So we have Christmas Eve in Miller's Point from IFC Films. From Film Movement Classics, we have Girls Town. I do want to talk about this movie a lot, actually. So that's probably going to be a big highlight. So Saturn's Core is putting out Hardcore Poisoned Eyes. Utopia is putting out Hot Spring Shark Attack. That's a fun movie. That's streaming on Tubi if anybody cares. It's a fun time. Let's see. AGFA or American Genre Film Archive is putting out Crazy Kids Video Party. Decalogue is putting out The Legend of Mexman. Film Movement loves Whirlpool. Film Movement is putting out Loves Whirlpool. Brainstorm Media is putting out Marmalade. That's currently streaming on Hulu, if anyone's interested. Next is a nice classic here. So this is Icarus Films is putting out Martin Romagnac. This is a film starring Marlene Dietrich, one of my all-time favorite actresses. This is a movie from, I think, 1946, also starring Jean Gabin. And this is a French film. This is a French film. I'm going to talk about that because I really, really want it. I'm going to spoil it for people. I don't think that has any special features, which breaks my heart. Breaks my heart. Next, we have Factory 25. It's called the Micah Deanna Film Collection, or the Mike Deanna Film Collection. From Wild Eye Releasing, we have Model Hunger. ETR Media, we have Nevermore, The Raven Effect. I did not get to see this, but I'm going to mention it in a second because it's a wrestling documentary. Those are always kind of fascinating. Even if you're not a wrestling fan, the backstory and the history of like modern entertainment wrestling is more interesting than the actual wrestling itself. So much drama behind the scenes. It's nuts. So from Connie or Canny, we have Pink Cut and Top Stripper. From VHS Hit Fest, we have Psychotropic Overload. From Film Movement Classics, we have Shall We Dance. From IFC Films, we have Sightseers. I did get to see that, so we're going to talk about it. Cartoono, we have Sultan's Dream. And then Music Box Selects, we have You Are Not Me. And that is it. Okay, so let's work our way backwards here to the beginning. Let's snake our way backwards. We will talk about, I wanted to see Sultan's Dream. It looks like an animated film, and I really wanted to see it. Couldn't find it anywhere. I think it's too new of a movie, to be honest. But I did get to see Sightseers. So Sightseers is a movie by, what's his name? It's a movie by Ben Wheatley. Many of you probably know who Ben Wheatley is. Even if you don't know Ben Wheatley, you may still know Ben Wheatley. Anywho, he did the movie, oh goodness, Free Fire. That's probably his most mainstream movie is Free Fire. He also directed, what else did he direct? Trying to see something that people have actually seen. Oh goodness. So they made an adaptation of Rebecca on Netflix in 2020, and that was directed by Ben Wheatley. He also directed the movie High Rise, which is with, is that, what's his name? Tom Hiddleston. Yeah, that's Tom Hiddleston. But A Field in England is what I know him from. And I think another, because A Field in England is in the Severin Folk Horror Volume 1 box set. That's in that. But Sightseers. So Sightseers or Sightseers, who knows how I'm pronouncing it. This is an interesting movie. So let's see. Chris wants to show his girlfriend Tina his world, and he wants to do it in his way. On a journey through the British Isles in his beloved caravan. Tina's led a sheltered life, and there are things Chris simply needs her to see. But it doesn't take long for annoying tourists, overbooked campsites, and Tina's meddling mother to spoil Chris's dream. Now he's out to prove that hell truly hath no fury like a vacationer scorned. Director Ben Wheatley cleverly mixes pitch black humor with the over-the-top violence to create an uncomfortably hilarious portrait of a seemingly normal man pushed over the edge. That is the movie in a nutshell. This guy, Chris, and his, like they said here, sheltered girlfriend, Tina, are gonna take a trip together in this caravan and like go camping in the English countryside. And things kind of escalate not automatically, right away. and things get more and more things escalate more and more from that point on, and it becomes kind of like a Bonnie and Clyde type of situation here. I don't want to say anything else from it, but darkly comedic Bonnie and Clyde, not like serious like natural born killers. It's not like something like that. Although you could compare the two. Anywho, but things get more and more deeper and darker as time goes on, and there's a lot of psychological things going on here and whatnot. Uh, but let's get to the special features. So there's a new audio commentary with film historian Kim Newman and writer filmmaker Sean Hogan. Commentary with director Ben Wheatley and actors Alice Lowe, Steve Oram, and Richard Glover. Commentary with director Ben Wheatley and director of photography Laurie Rose. Making of documentary, outtakes, interview with all of the actors in the movie, and they just list them all here. UK trailer, US trailer, booklet with writing in it. Yeah, if you're a fan of Ben Wheatley and if you're a fan of like dark comedies with a searing line of drama in it, like it's messed up, but there's thematic depth there that's worth mining. That's the movie Sightseers. Let's see what else we've got here. Things I've seen, just to so I can be more introspective on these things. Some things I wanted to see, like anything by Film Movement or Film Movement Classics, are worth a watch. I did not get to see Shall We Dance, which I wanted to. Let's see, I did not get to see a couple of these other ones. I do want to mention Nevermore, The Raven Effect, just briefly. I didn't get to see it because I think, once again, it's too new. It's actually not even streaming or available to stream until later this month. That's how new this movie is. So, this is a documentary about the wrestler Raven. And for those of you growing up in the 90s, you may have been, excuse me, you may have been a fan of wrestling. You know, WWE, WCW, ECW. These are all companies. If you're not familiar with wrestling, you have no idea what I'm saying. But I was. But I was. So Raven was a wrestler in ECW and the WCW, and he took his name from the Edgar Allan Poe, work. And he was this character who was this weird, mysterious, brooding character, if you will. And yeah, that's kind of what I remember him being from. But this movie is kind of about, I guess, about him and his life and his character and the world of wrestling in the 90s and during his career of the time. Like I said, the behind the scenes drama in the wrestling world is way more fascinating than anything happening actually on the screen or in the ring. Really is. It's kind of nuts. So I think this has um I think this has interviews with legends like Chris Jericho, Tommy Dreamer, The Sandman, Diamond Dallas Page, Rob Van Dam. Um, yeah, it has no special features other than deleted scenes and extended interviews. That's it. And this is from like 2025. So it's like I said, brand new. I thought I'd mention that for wrestling fans' sake and whatnot. Next, I do want to talk about the movie Martin Romagnac. Like I said, this is a movie starring Marlene Dietrich, Jean Gabin. It's a 1946 French film. It's a film noir. Marlene Dietrich is a femme fatale in it. I really like this movie. It has no special features. Like I said, no special features breaks my heart. So let me read a little bit of the so this tragic post-war romance is a tale of class anxiety and classic romantic fatalism. Gee, they're burying the lead here. Not really. With a typically French frankness and about sex and gender, Jean Gabin is the titular character, an unpretentious and proudly working class building contractor who falls in love with Marlene Dietrich's ravaging shop girl Blanche. Quite unaware that she comes trailing a notorious sexual history and attracts the determined ardor of every man she meets. Amongst her current lovers is a local politician who plans on marrying Blanche once his terminally ill wife dies. But Gabin's sensible lug doesn't care, although it's clear that the ever opportunistic Blanche will choose wealth over love. So what you've got here is a bit of a love triangle, you've got the real love, the true, genuine love between Gene Gavin and Marlena Dietrich. Gene Gavin's character is a blue collar working construction worker guy. Yeah, building contractor. That's what it is. And then you've got this rich politician, but the rich politician is married, but he's got a terminally ill wife that he's got to wait to pass away so that he can marry um the Marlena Dietrich character, but they're not in love. Like it's a marriage of like convenience, I guess. It's a marriage, a business marriage, I guess. Basically, there comes to a point in the movie where the guy basically propositions her, saying, yeah, we don't even have to be in love to be married or be a traditional man and wife. It's a business thing. But I don't want you to uh, fraternize with the Gene Gavin character. Like that's like a scene in the movie. And I won't say what else happens after that. I'm saying like that's the type of drama that's going on in this movie. I love Marlena Dietrich. Like I said, she's one of my favorite actresses of all time. I want to own every Marlena Dietrich movie. Um, Speaking of which, I happen to have this here. It's the Dietrich and von Sternberg in Hollywood box set from Criterion, and this features like all of her movies from like the 1930s that she did when she made her way over to Hollywood, and von Sternberg did as well. And I think these movies were done over at Paramount, and yeah, so yeah, Paramount, and yeah, so if you have this set, I feel like this movie fits right along with these. I really, really do. And to be honest, any Marlena Dietrich you can watch or you can buy, highly recommended. Highly recommend. This movie is in French, so there will be subtitles for those of you interested. There's only 500 units of this made, and they're already down to 114. So if you want the limited edition slipcover, I would recommend buying this as soon as possible. Um, yeah, I like I said, I couldn't recommend this movie enough. Once I saw this, I didn't know what it was, and then I saw the names: Marlena Dietrich, Gene Gabin, Film Noir, Femme Fatale, and I'm like, this is my vibe. This is my type of movie, and it is. Here's another movie with kind of like a weird romance going on, kind of. It's called Marmalade. Came out in 2024, starring Joe Keery, who people probably know from being in Stranger Things. What is interesting is I was kind of just thinking the other day of all of the actors in Stranger Things, other than Millie Bobby Brown, I would think that Joe Keery would be the one to break out from there. I think he's a really good actor, like really, really good. So I'm hopefully his career does take off after we get the last season of Stranger Things, which is upcoming. Let's see. So recently incarcerated Baron Joe Keery strikes up a friendship with cellmate Otis, who was portrayed by Aldous Hodge, a man with a well-versed history of prison breaks. As the pair hatch an escape plan together, Baron recalls the story of how he met Marmalade, the love of his life, and their Bonnie and Clyde style scheme to rob a bank in order to care for his sick mother and give the couple the life they've always dreamed of. So you get the framing device of most of this movie of a backstory of Joe Keery telling his cellmate Aldous Hodge uh, about how we got here. How meeting this Marmalade character, getting involved with her romantically and criminally, and how it's led to him being here. And then the third act of the movie deals with the prison break. That's all I'm going to say. Let's see. For special features, we have an audio commentary by director Keir O'Donnell, behind the scenes photo gallery, costume sketch gallery, and a theatrical trailer. And that is it. So nothing in the way there. Oh, do you want to mention? So I did not get to see the film movement release of Lovers Pool, Whirlpool, which I really wanted to. I didn't get to see the AGFA release. I didn't get to see the catalog. A lot of the stuff I didn't get to see. A lot of the stuff's also not easy to find. It really isn't. Um, that's why thank goodness for physical media, or else we wouldn't be seeing any of these movies. So Hot Spring Shark Attack is available to stream on Tubi right now. This movie is kind of like Birdemic meets Piranha, or Piranha 3D, whichever version you've seen. More like Piranha 3D. I would say more like Piranha 3D. It's low budget, wacky, over the top, fun, like funny. Basically, it's like for those of you who haven't seen the movie Piranha, or Piranha 3D. There's these piranhas that just attack people. In this movie, it's sharks that attack people, but it's super low budget. Like the special effects, like they're like something you can tell they're like sometimes they're paper cutouts that come on the screen and grab people. The effects are so low budget, they're terrible. And I think that's the point of it. It's supposed to be like that. Like it's supposed to be funny like that. It's supposed to be ridiculously dumb like that. And you've got these people in Atsumi City who are trying to figure out how to fight these sharks because these sharks also have like supernatural abilities where they like can swim around the concrete and they come up from the concrete and grab people. They're like emitting like poisonous gas as well, and people are getting sick and stuff. And yeah, it's the movie's dumb as all heck. The good thing is this movie's only 70 minutes long with credits. So you're not going to be here for a while. It knows exactly what it is, doesn't waste any time with any nonsense, just shows you what you want to see. Sharks attacking people, over the top dumb dialogue, dumb characters, paper thin movie to paper thin characters. It's a movie you watch for fun. It really is. Nothing really. There's nothing really in it at all. It's like a little shark exploitation meets Birdemic meets Piranha 3D. Maybe if you want to throw in the Sharknado in there, why not? I wouldn't put it past. I wouldn't argue with you. But audio commentary from assistant director slash special effects coordinator Jun Shuzumaki and writer director Morihito Inoue. Crowdfunding promotional videos, social media trailers, Atami Monster Film Festival trailer, fake news teaser trailer, Hot Spa Shark early teaser trailer, recording the musical score, footage of the 3D billboard advertisement in Shinjuku, making the practical special effects, making the visual effects. That's fascinating to me. Scorching War Song, a theme from the Hot Spring Shark Attack music video. Audience footage from the 2024 Tokyo International Shark Film Festival. Booklet with new writing by film critic Sam Cohen. And then English subtitles, of course. It is a Japanese movie. But yeah, it's a fun, nonsensical time. Let's see. So I did not get to see Hardcore Poisoned Eyes from Saturn's Core. But I did get to see this movie, and this may be actually the best movie in this entire slate here from Vinegar Syndrome and their partner labels. It is called Girls Town, and this movie stars. Let me get some. Let me go. Actually, read it off to you people before I say that. Let's see. Who directed this movie. Yeah, Jim McKay directed this movie. So let me set the scene for you. Mid-1990s New York City. Patty, Angela, Emma, and Nikki are high school seniors and best friends preparing for a life beyond graduation. Their dreams for the future differ greatly. Angela wants to become a poet. Emma and Nikki Emma and Nikki are heading for college. Patty is a young mother looking for stability in her kid's life, but the four bright young women are steadfastly loyal to each other in a way only teenagers know how to be. Their lives are then completely upended when Nikki unexpectedly commits suicide. Grieving, angry, and forced to return to daily life without satisfying recourse for their feelings, the girls must come of age with a newfound understanding about the patriarchal world in which they live. That right there is the core of this movie. It's specifically dealing with what young women have to deal with at not only their specific age, but in general. And the themes that this movie gets into are very universal and very timeless because I feel like it's still themes that women are dealing with today. So that's why I think this movie is kind of incredible. It's really contemporary in its approach to this, and the movie itself is very indie, and it feels very real world, and it feels very natural and genuine to not only life in the 90s, but yeah, there's a lot of 90s isms in the movie. And by that I mean like, there's no cell phones involved. There's the music, the style, the hair, the clothes, the way people act, the way people talk, the slang. That's all hip to the mid 90s. But just kind of take those big grand ideas and put them in any generation, and you know, you can see this movie being applied in any of the walk of life in any of those generations. You know what I'm saying? Um, so the movie's so good in doing that, and this movie's on the same level of like the Watermelon Woman and the movie I just mentioned earlier, Go Fish, or even something like I know not a great comparison, but Clerks and stuff like that, because this movie's kind of all dialogue based and situational based, and it's just people just talking, and that's how their interaction. There's no real hardcore plot to the movie. That little plot that I've got there, their friend dying and them having to grieve and deal with it, that's part of the movie. But a lot of the other stuff around it is kind of just the natural life and natural way of living, and grief is very much a kind of a part of life, and it's a part of all walks of life. And this movie is dealing with that, but also dealing with just living. Um, Really great movie. I'm kind of surprised I've never heard of this movie until now. The actress that Lily Taylor is in the movie. Lily Taylor is in the movie, and she's the young mother in it. And I love Lily Taylor. I think she's a great actress. She's great in this, and I keep saying this over and over again. There's the movie Dogfight from 1991, the Nancy Savoca film. Um, that movie is extraordinary. There's a Criterion Blu-ray of that. If you are at the Criterion sale during this month and you just want to pick up a blind buy and you don't know what to get, if you see Dogfight on the shelf, buy it. It's Nancy Savoca's film from 1991 starring River Phoenix and Lily Taylor. It is excellent. Excellent, excellent movie. It's one of the best discoveries I've found in the last 5 years in cinema. It's truly great. Um, really good stuff. But Lily Taylor, this is a couple, obviously, like 4 years afterward, and Lily Taylor's still so good in this movie. Now, for special features, you've got a making of. You have a conversation with director Jim McKay and activist Yasmin Hassan. You have select scene commentaries with cast and crew from Jim McKay, from a bunch of the cast, including Lily Taylor. And that's it. Okay. I kind of wanted more. I kind of wanted a new interview with some of the cast, but that costs money. There's a 20-page booklet with an essay by Julia Gunnison as well. But yeah, this is definitely something I'm interested in. How many copies do they make of this? They make 1,000 copies, and there are 590 left. But this is definitely something I want, and I'm curious. Didn't even look to see what the transfer was like. Just says Region A Blu-ray. It doesn't really say if there was any new transfer or where the transfer comes from or anything like that. And it's the first time this movie's ever been on Blu-ray ever. There's not even a DVD. So this is the first time this movie's ever been on a disc. Yeah, that's kind of incredible. That's kind of incredible. Um, yeah, so that's the magic of physical media, magic of the boutique label. Something that's never even been on a disc is finally getting a release in 2025. This movie came out in 1996. Yeah, 1996. This movie's going to be 30 years old next year. Never been on a disc. Wow. Okay. That's kind of incredible. So that's the movie Girls Town. Definitely one to watch and want to check out. So let's see what else I've got. Oh, I did watch the movie Christmas Eve in Miller's Point. Now, this is also streaming on Hulu. And this movie is fascinating because it's less of a movie and more of just a holiday vibe. It's a holiday vibe because there's really no plot. You're just watching people do holiday activities. And the holiday activity is um, like getting together with family and having a dinner and hanging around the Christmas tree and in front of the fire and talking about stuff, random stuff. So, 4 generations of the Balsano family gather for what may be the last Christmas in their family home on Long Island. Amidst the rowdy celebration, two cousins sneak away to claim the suburban winter wonderland for teenage rebellion. That aspect of the movie doesn't happen until like 50 minutes in, and nothing really interesting happens there specifically. That's the thing with this movie. Nothing really interesting happens specifically in it. It's more of just a collection of life, of universal things happening. For example, that thing with the cousins, like was sneaking away from the adults to do their own thing because they're teenagers and they want to hang out and they don't want to do boring adult things. Come on, come on. That's happened to me at family gatherings. I'm sure it's happened to many of you listening who have cousins that you're close with, whether you're at holidays, birthdays, family reunions, whatever the case may be, funerals. Goodness, I know it's happened to me too, where you don't want to be around the boring ass adults. You want to go do other things, right? And so that happens in this movie. But for the majority of it, it's just like there's no real characters you're following. There's no real plot lines you're following. You're just like bouncing around from person to person, like location in the home to location in the home to people having different conversations with different people and talking about different things. Sometimes you don't really have context of what they're talking about. But anywho, that's kind of the way life is sometimes. I mean, if you've ever been at a social gathering and you just kind of hang back and just like people watch and you just see like people having different conversations about different things, it's kind of what this movie's about. You may recognize a couple of people in here. For example, Francesca Scorsese, Martin Scorsese's daughter. She's one of the kids in this movie. Elsie Fisher, who was in the movie Eighth Grade, you'll recognize them. Michael Cera is in this movie as a cop. He's a cop in this movie, and he doesn't have much. He doesn't have any dialogue really. He's just like dressed as a cop and like drinking coffee. But you'll see him, I guess. This movie came out 2024, so it's a relatively newer film. But yeah, like special features. This is everything. A new video interview with director and co-writer Tyler Ter- uh, Termina. Theatrical trailer. A booklet with new writing by film critic Brandon Struznig. Double-sided fold-out poster. All right. With new art by Michael DeForge and original art from the film. Refraction glasses included with limited edition only. Oh, that's cool. And that is it. Yeah. So this is from who's this from? IFC? Yeah, IFC Films. Ba-ba-ba-bum. And then the last movie that I saw, and this will be wrapping everything up, is the movie streaming on Shudder, and that is the Advent Calendar. And yeah, so the Advent Calendar is, where are you? Ah, there you are. I lost my tab. Let's see. Eve has been a paraplegic for the past 3 years. When her birthday arrives, she receives a strange advent calendar as a gift, but instead of the traditional sweets, every day reveals something different, sometimes pleasant, but often terrifying and increasingly bloody. It's going to be a very deadly Christmas this year. Interesting. So she receives this weird advent calendar, and this advent calendar has rules to it. You have to, once you start, you can't stop. You have to listen to like all of the rules. And if you try to destroy or get rid of the advent calendar, you die. Those are like the 3 rules. So what ends up happening is as she opens up each day, like things start going crazier and crazier, weirder and weirder. Sometimes more violent, sometimes other things happening. And yeah, the movie's very surreal, very weird, very odd. But I kind of dug it. I kind of got more and more involved as the movie went along. And then I don't want to say anything. I don't want to spoil it, but needless to say, she had to eat a lot of chocolate for a lot of like bad things to happen. And she became more and more engrossed in the situations at hand, and it became kind of tough, also kind of tough to follow what was going on, because you weren't kind of sure what was real, what was a metaphor, what the connections were that were going on. The movie kind of doesn't really spoon feed those things to you, but it was good. I thought it was good. It's streaming on Shutter. It's called The Advent Calendar. It's a French film. For special features, we have a new audio commentary by the film critic Mary Beth McAndrews, new video introduction by to the film by the director Patrick Ridermont, and booklet with new writing by film critic Amber T. And that is it. So that is everything. Okay. I am exhausted beyond measure. So this has got to be one of the longest episodes of Chasing Labels ever. Um, um, let's see. We will wrap up with a couple of comments here, and then we will do the outro and make our way because it is currently 1:40 a.m. I am tired. So, Acres the Movie says, make Bonfire of the Vanities a special edition. What features would you commission? Well, first of all, I've actually never seen Bonfire of the Vanities, but at the very least, of course, we need a we need a audio commentary. Okay, it's a Brian De Palma film, so I need an interview with Brian De Palma about the movie. Maybe tough to get, but I would love something with Brian De Palma. If there's an archival commentary with Brian De Palma, include that, of course. If there's archival interviews out there, like even like press stuff, because this movie came out in 1990, so there's got to be press stuff back then with Tom Hanks and Bruce Willis and Melanie Griffin. If there's any of those things, like interviews, if they were right on, like, I don't know what was available back then, Access Hollywood or Entertainment Tonight or the Charlie Rose show, I don't care. Maybe not Charlie Rose, but anything like that, put that on a special edition. Get the rights for all that stuff. I would love that. That would be kind of cool. Let's see. Acres Movie says Dogfight is great, which it is. Highly recommend it. I hope Lily Taylor is okay. She is a wonderful actress, and I don't hear much of her. Ironically, she just had a cameo appearance in the what is considered going to be the last Conjuring movie. So this actually did make me go into looking into what Lily Taylor has been up to lately. So I remember her. She was in the first Conjuring movie when that came out, and which was a while ago at this point. And she had a cameo. Okay, apparently I'm spelling Lily Taylor wrong on IMDb because driving me. Don't you just hate when you do that? Like you spell a name and then like they won't let. It's like, come on, you know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about. How many? Yeah, so I was spelling it wrong. I was spelling it wrong, but come on, IMDb, you know who I was talking about. So she is obviously she's still acting. She's in 2, 3, 4 projects this year. She was in Fair Street Prom Queen. She was the vice president in that. That movie wasn't great. Like I said, she had a cameo appearance in The Conjuring Last Rites, reprising her role from the first Conjuring movie. She was in the show Poker Face for 2 episodes. That's the Ryan Johnson show that's starring Natasha Lyonne. I still have to watch the second season of that. It reminds me. She's in the movie The Gettysburg Address. She does a voice in that movie. So that's all the stuff she's been in this year. But yeah, she's still working. She's still working. It looks like a mix of like TV and movies. So why not have at it? Yeah, yeah. I've always been a fan of Lily Taylor. Anywho, yep. So that will be it here for me for Chasing Labels because I am exhausted. So this is Chasing Labels episode number 177 or spy number 177. We will be back here in obviously 2 weeks' time to do another episode of Chasing Labels. Recently we did a Movies Down Memory Lane episode this past Saturday. That's up here on the channel. We talked about the perks of being a wallflower. I will be doing in 2 weeks' time. I will be doing my choice of a movie. That will be the movie 50-50, starring Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Seth Rogen and Bryce Dallas Howard's in there. Anna Kendrick is in there. A movie that means a heck of a lot to me. And then on the 24th, we will be having another episode of Chasing Labels. And also that week, we will be doing the Unwatched Pile on that Wednesday. But obviously, I'll be talking about that up in the closer we get to it. Recently we did. Let me see if I can bring these out. We did reviews for a couple of Criterion releases. We did reviews for let me grab them. Um, Altered States. We did reviews for um, A History of Violence, and then Guillermo del Toro's Nightmare Alley. So these three 4Ks, we did reviews that are up here now on the channel. These are all Criterions that came out last month. So if you're going to the Criterion sale this month and you're looking for stuff to get, I would definitely recommend these, especially A History of Violence. If you're a fan of David Cronenberg, this looks fantastic. Like the upgrade from the old Blu-ray to this is pretty significant. If you're a fan of Ken Russell, little weird filmmaker. You have Altered States, and of course, Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein is now available to be watched on Netflix, and hopefully, we get a Criterion because all of his other movies have been getting Criterions recently. If you want to check out his one of his more recent films, check out Nightmare Alley. So reviews of these are all up on the channel right now. Um, so go search for that. But also, we do have merch, Chasing Labels merch at our Etsy store. So if you go to Etsy.com and you type in Chasing Labels, you will find our store. It's called B-Roll Bandits. Those will come up. We've got that. But yeah, thank you all for listening. Thank you all for watching. Uh, thank you all for supporting the channel, supporting the podcast. You can hear the audio here on YouTube. Actually, you can hear the audio on anywhere podcasts can be found: Apple Podcast, Google, Spotify, etc., etc. You know where to go. But yeah, thank you all for all your support, and let me get out of here before I pass out and before we hit the 5 hour mark. Jeez, 4:45. That's the time right now. So let me get going. Thank you all once again. Oh, I didn't even say it. I gotta say it. Hey, keep on watching those movies because I know I will.